Instead of finding something, I'm pushing buttons like it's my state of mind. All you're hearing are my lame excuses, got every reason why. Thinking how you want me in your life. Yeah, it's not my night. Up in your backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic, and you'll need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. If you're walking away tonight. It's not my night. I'm in the backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try? It's not my night. In the backseat, I'm enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you got it? You say I'm dramatic, and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight. Why do I even try to think that you got it? You say I'm dramatic, and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away tonight.
Bite me. Look out.
comes from nowhere, makes you wonder if you lost control, leaves you breathless, changes what you think is possible. Got me too. Brought me to you. It's got you too. Your magic's true. Your magic's true.
and welcome back to CRL. It is spring 2026. It is still league play, and it is Oliver Bastard alongside by Jigsaw, Taco, and Seb Dodd. Guys, I'm excited. We're back for another week. It has been a, let's call it chaotic semester, to say the least. We took a little bit of a hiatus here. We had about a week off, and in the time that we took off, Seb, everything imploded, like literally the entire league, man.
Listen, all I'm saying is I was watching our rankings just completely crumble into absolute chaos. I'm very happy to see that because I think an unpredictable league is one that becomes more fun to watch, more unexpected, but I would like to see some parity, some stability, just so we're not literally spending hours and hours and hours trying to figure out who the best team in CRL is.
Yeah, I hate to tell you this one, brother. I don't think we're getting any closer to that. Even probably today, as we've got some interesting matchups on the docket here. Jigsaw, glad to have you alongside. How are we feeling going into today's matchups? Like we said, the chaos is abundant, to put it simply.
Yeah, I think we were talking a little bit earlier about it, that there's 120 games total in this season. There's 52 remaining, so we're more than halfway there, and we still have absolutely no clue, really, what is going on. The differential between first and fourth is literally +2. So it comes down to the wire in both series score and game differential as we go down the line.
Well, if you're wondering how we got here, let's take a look back on the format for the entirety of this semester. We started off just I think a couple of months ago, about a month or two ago here, in the open qualifier. That's how you made it into league play in the first place. Good thing is, if you didn't make it into league play, you still have 3 chances to make it to that last chance qualifier, which still gives you a shot at our spring championship in May. We had 3 open 3v3 opens there. That's a tongue twister and a half, as we had open 1, 2, and 3, which have already been played. If you missed out on those, don't worry, you still get a chance to play maybe some of the 2v2 opens that we've got coming up in just a little bit. But again, those 3v3 opens have now officially concluded. We are at the very end of those, which means that we also have our winners. We've got the teams that were able to win in our final open of the year, our 3v3 open number 3. And Seb, you got to feel a little bit proud for this one.
I mean, I don't have to get hate tweets anymore. We don't have to get hate tweets anymore. St. Clair Gold has finally won it open. The seeding has gone their way, and they have taken their own title. Along with the rest, we have George Mason, Columbia, Bruton Parker, Davenport Red, and Oklahoma Christian once again standing at the top. These are phenomenal to see. St. Clair, again, despite the amount of turmoil I think that the second St. Clair team has had to go through, they finally, at the very end, are able to stand atop.
Yeah, they're able to stand atop. They're able to find themselves in a good position going into the LCQ. I also do want to give a shout out again to that George Mason team. I've been one of their largest haters, and
yes.
I kind of got to admit it, man. They've put it together. After 6 years of me being like, maybe this will be the time where they finally get it together.
Super
they do
memory,
so,
bro.
and they do so alongside the coach of VP. So some of you at home might be looking at memory like, is that the same guy? Yeah, same dude. He's playing here in collegiate, and not only has he played through the 3v3 opens, he's actually going to get a chance now at the LCQ as well, because we've got our official top 8 teams from all of our opens. These are the final teams to have competed throughout this and to have won some of the events in the process here. And Taco, these are the 8 teams. Is there anybody that you're just surprised to see have made this list or maybe not have made it on?
Boise State at 9th. At 9th! It's a 1 point off. And we had 3 opens. If you win, you get 5 points. If you get second, you get 3. And that's a massive gap of points because of situations just like that. LCU, Tigres, Davenport Red, they're all more consistent in showing up, getting deep in their brackets, and that's why they're in that top 8, which means they will join the bottom 12 from CRL League play in that LCQ bracket a little bit later on. I will say that's probably the biggest miss, but I do have to shout out LCU Blue. They are playing with Beastie now. He is their new recruit. That man is an animal. Came in second at a LAN at UTD. I got to see him play firsthand. Definitely a strong team to watch, albeit in that 8th spot. But of course, Davenport, that is the B team for Davenport, and they are looking phenomenal as well. So shows the depth that all these different CRL rosters have outside of their, premier teams that make it into the big league.
Like we said, this is the 8 teams that will make it into the LCQ, our last chance qualifier, in just a little bit of time. The question is, who's going to join them? We've also got our standings for league play here as well. The bottom 12 teams of this one will be joining those 8 teams in the LCQ for 2 final spots in our championship coming up here. And Jigsaw, like you said, this is a hard one to digest because from like 1st to 6th, it is cutthroat, incredibly close. And then you get to the bottom of the list and it's let's say a little bit less than that.
I would even throw 8th and 9th in there. Let's be honest. Akron Gold at 3-3 hasn't played many games. If they win their next 4, who says they can't tie with Winthrop and differential and scoreline? So just little things like that. You have a lot to think about when it comes to half of this list having potential to still make top 4. I gotta admit though, it's pretty daunting that you do need to make top 4 in order to not have to do or last like LCQ, because top 4 is not easy, because at this point of the season, normally there's somebody that's undefeated, there's somebody with maybe only 1 loss, but that hasn't been the record at all this season. It's made, of course, we've mentioned how many gazillion times our life that much harder, but it's made the games that much more interesting. I think the top 4 could topple at any moment at this rate if we start seeing those 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th realize what state the league play standings currently are in, and they wake up a little bit more.
I think one thing that we really have to keep in mind here is that even though you're outside of the top 4, you're still going to be playing in the LCQ. And for those of you who have been playing the Opens, remember that OC was a team that we saw in CRL a bunch, and they are now competing with the likes of your St. Clair Golds and the rest. And now they're going to have to be facing off against these CRL teams. You do not want to sleep on them. If you do sleep on them, you will find yourself quickly eliminated from that LCQ, because this is a vicious bracket pass.
Yeah, we had a conversation about this yesterday. In the current position, one of our former champions in Concord, they sit in 12th right now. It's going to be pretty difficult for them to make it out of league play and into the playoffs. They're probably going into LCQ. And the prediction from pretty much all of us was I could 100% see Concord dropping into the LCQ and not dropping a game. So there's a lot of teams that are going to be coming in as heavy hitters. It's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out. But in order to get there, we also still need to figure out, like we said, which teams are actually going to arrive there, which means we got to figure out our team's gonna win here today. We've got our schedule for the day. This is the 4 matches we will be playing, and it starts off with Akron Blue versus Fischer. Move on to Ball State versus Syracuse. That is the honestly a pretty fun matchup in my opinion. Indiana Tech versus Syracuse. We get the all-orange matchup, as both of those teams are the orange colors. Looks like Cuse barely beat out Indiana Tech for the sides here. And West Virginia versus Winthrop. Battle of the W's at the end of the day. Let's go to you, Taco. Who are you looking at here? What team, what matchup maybe do we have to keep our eyes on?
I think obviously the last one on the day, we try to schedule those to be like the banger capital B matches, and I definitely think that lives up to that billing. But for me, I'm looking at Syracuse. This is a first-time league play team, and we don't really toss around the term like must-win series a lot. But for Syracuse, at this point, they played 7 matches. That is just under half of their games, and they're near bottom of the table. I don't think they're really going to be able to manage just probabilistically getting that top 4, but that's fine. Seeding for LCQ is massive. If you can finish in that top 8, you skip a whole round, you have a much easier run through. In fact, you actually have another life to go through within that upper bracket. So being able to secure that deeper run, get closer, and have a better chance of making that ultimate 2 playoff spots, that's huge. And I think that's what they need to focus on right now. It's too late to undo those losses, but right now, these are accessible matches. And we've talked to players like Zanil on Baylor. He rates them top 10 in all of CRL. He genuinely thinks they have the talent. They just haven't been able to put it together.
I mean, this is a very talented squad. I got the privilege of seeing these guys on LAN just a couple of weeks ago, and they actually won the LAN that I was there in person for, and it's clear that these guys have that ability. I think them making it to CRL, though, was kind of the accomplishment for the semester, and that was the hope and the goal. How far they're able to fly after that, time will tell. We will find out. But let's talk about the actual start to the day. It is Akron Blue versus Fischer to kick off this CRL Sunday. And look, I don't really know how to put this any more lightly. This is 2 completely different sides of the coin. A Fischer that we expected to do well. We knew that this team had a lot of incredible talents on them. Yvonne, Justice, and Royales are all incredibly good. And we expected them to do all right, and they are outdoing those expectations. On the other side, Akron Blue, one of our former Open champions. They took one of the Opens last year, were one of very few teams to do so, and since then, Chicksa, it hasn't exactly been all the same sort of success for this Akron Blue team.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's a little embarrassing when your gold team's doing better than you. You don't want the B squad to be better off in league play standings. Of course, maybe they're thinking outside of the league play picture, not as focused in. There's a lot of competitive play that all of these players have been often doing on the side. So with that being said, they do need to lock in today and keep up with just the Akron school lineage. I want to say Akron's been such a huge force in collegiate Rocket League these past couple of years, and to see them struggling this much, yes, understandably so, this is the most competitive amount of teams and just play we've seen in quite some time, but that doesn't excuse the talent that this team has and not putting out the results.
Gold is just trolling in the back right now. They're just watching.
They're having a good time, man. There's always, spirits are always high at this Akron, at the Akron facilities. All the players are always pretty locked in. On the other side of it, though, we've got Fischer, who I don't think locked in even describes the intensity of Royales. This dude has taken CRL more seriously than I think any player in the league at this point, and he's been relatively vocal about that the entire time, Taco.
Yeah, and he's really been someone that's been entertaining to follow over on his Twitter, mainly just because he is constantly putting out tweets that are saying, hey, we're taking this really serious. Like, hey, I'm playing on stream. Come check me out. Hey, I'm actually live streaming my CRL matches, all my NECC matches, all my MACE matches, everything that Fischer's playing in. And when we talk to him, it's because I genuinely want to take this seriously. It's just more practice to mentality. We've heard from players that have gotten really far in RLCS. He just got top 9 in NA this past one with his full CRL roster competing in RLCS as well, adding in Matt from WVU along with him and Justice. So yeah, it is nice to have a personality like that, but also he is the IGL. You're going to see his camera light up throughout these series because he's not just here to have a good time, maybe get some prizing, some scholastic prizing. He wants to be able to actually dominate this league, and this is another opportunity to go further up that table and hopefully for him get back in that top 4.
It's been
I have faith.
Yeah, it's been really kind of encouraging to see Royales develop as like an ambassador for the game. I feel like we haven't really had too many of those in the history of the game. I point to Noxus, I point to some other players, but a lot of the time they've been a bit more reserved in how they're kind of approaching the game. They just want to do their classes, play their games, and just kind of leave it at that. Royales is the one who really kind of feels like he's willing to be a public face, not just for Fischer, but for all of CRL. And if he can back that up with results, I think it sends a really good message to a lot of the players who are coming into the game.
All right, Seb. Well, you know what? It's time for you to determine. Do you think he's going to get those results? Do you believe that this is going to be Fischer taking down, like we said, a former Open champion?
I can't wear these anymore. You guys can stick with the glasses. It's fine. I am going with Fischer. I think they are legitimately improving every single time we see them. I think they're eyeing the 2 big matchups that are currently empty on their calendar in Maryville and Winthrop. And I think the more practice they get, the more they improve. They're going to be ready for those matches. And this is just a small step. So I'm going for Fischer.
Taco, you agree?
I do. I think Akron has struggled, and it's weird because based on the pedigree of this roster, it should be fine even if you're swapping in Milio, but something's wrong, and I think Fischer, they're only getting better and better. They take some weird losses. If you want to go by transitive property, Akron beat Ball State, which then beat Fischer, but I don't think that's going to work in this case. I have Fischer on this one.
Jigsaw, do you agree?
I do agree. I have Fischer. I had, I think, one of my favorite interviews ever with Royales before. I do think he's such a good leader, and that pays dividends as you get through the season, as things get more stressful, balancing between school and league play. I think it'll show as their confidence continues to grow throughout the rest of the season, and starting with this game to cement themselves in that top 4.
I'm a little worried that we're about to curse them with this, but I have also got Fischer here. Look, I've at least got the justification of fish swim together. I got to back my brethren on this one, so I kind of have to at this point. But also, simultaneously, I agree with all of the points that have been made prior to this. This is an incredibly talented squad, and I think that they're only accelerating upwards, probably more aggressively every single day. They seem to be better and better every time that we have watched them. So the question now becomes, can Akron return to the heights that we had seen previously? And we've had a lot of theories about this Akron squad, about why they're looking this way, about why they haven't been able to produce the results that we kind of anticipate with them. And I don't know, this kind of feels like the last moment that they have to answer said question. If they don't do it here today, the rest of the semester is going to feel relatively silent. So at this point, all we can do is find out the results, as we are just about ready to get into our first matchup of CRL Sunday. Fischer, a team that has emerged and continued to blossom as time has gone on, versus an Akron Blue trying to return to form. The question is, which one of these 2 blue teams are going to come out on top? Let's get it started. CRL Sunday starts now.
Well, Taco, it's the first match of this Sunday, and it's also a very pivotal one for Fisher College. Currently 5th in league play standings, on the cusp of being in that top 4. We have called out all the big names. Royales likes to talk the talk in the most respectful manner possible. He's a leader. Can he be a leader on the field? Akron Blue on the other end of things, struggling this season. We've mentioned their pedigree. Do they stand today against Fischer?
I think there's really no team that makes league play that is completely just out of their league. I think ultimately you get into this league because you are the best of the best within this entire continent of collegiate Rocket League. The thing is that Fischer is a tailored squad. This is a multinational squad. You have a Spanish player, a Brazilian player, you have a Dutch player, so it can be really tough to kind of pull that all together. So being able to actually stand with them is one thing, but hey, 5 up, he's on RLCS for a reason, playing on Dignitas, nearly actually set up the first one. Maybe Bullseye with the putback, flip reset double, nearly a flashy way to kick things off.
That's honestly my biggest concern with 5UP. He's played a lot this weekend already with that Dignitas squad. I don't know how much time he's had with his Akron Blue squad. One of the possible things and reasons they may not be doing as well as we'd like to see them this season. I hope to see some chemistry between these three, and I think they'll look a lot better on the field if they're able to do just that. But for now, all the attempts have been pushed away. We're getting those long clears as both teams are figuring out ways to get past that defense.
And right now it seems like Akron's doing a decent job of at least advancing. Problem is, it's always just cut off in the last second. One thing, if you watch Fischer, especially with Royale, streams a lot of his games, they make a lot of last-second adjustments, and they have the mechanics to bail themselves out of these weird situations, which there are a lot right now against Akron. 5UP just barely intercepted. Bullseye trying to dance past a couple, and he succeeds. Milio, can he get it past the final guardian of the net? And he will. Akron Blue finally breaking through.
Yeah, beautiful pressure by Akron. They've been in the offensive zone for quite some time. Bullseye blocks just enough, gets a bump on Royales, and the finish by Milio exactly where it needs to be. Nothing too flashy, good bump play. It does the trick to start.
Do like that play as well from Bullseye. He does really all the work. That's as much as his goal as it is Milio's, clearing the way with that crucial block. And it's plays like that that are great to disrupt your opponents. It's one thing to be able to stay in the rotation. It's another thing to knock them off of that. Justice trying to strike on back with something slow as he will get fakes of his own, but Milio, well done to shut it down and get the follow-up 50.
Not much here from Royales. Justice bumped as well, but Milio flies past the ball in mid. Rare for players to blatantly kind of miss the ball. So for now, we'll see if they can come back from it. Still tons of pressure coming through from Akron Blue right now. Granted, Ivan picks up the boost, has control, 50 quite quickly. Bullseye just being a nuisance upfield, stealing some boost, keeping those 50s going, but Justice has the flip reset off the ceiling down to Royales, and again blocked away by Milio.
I think the reaction time right now from Akron Blue is doing a lot of heavy lifting for their defense, being able to stop things in their tracks. Granted, now they're short one because 5UP is off the field. He'll come back on the back post, and Milio can do the rest. Maybe can extend this one as he's going for the ground pinch. Royales somehow saw that one coming.
Sometimes the best shots are those that are just purely unexpected. That one coming through, saved at the last and final mark. For now, Fischer need to answer. Nice pass into midfield, but Justice with no boost in the tank. Milio off the side wall, has the flip here, full of boost, faking this one. 5UP taking his time trying to get through, but Royales the touch away. Bullseye continuing, but can't get this one in midfield.
It's a double commit and actually leads into a fast break. Royales, that's wide open. He's taking the hard route though. Double tap, easy as you like.
Oh, I can't wait to see this angle yet again. We love transitions. They give often the best opportunities, and Royales is sneaking upfield. 5UP out of boost, able to thread between the bar and the car, and just like that, we get Fischer's answer.
And that's crazy also because 5UP almost got that save. He actually got a touch on it, but it just leaned a little bit too far back. So unfortunately, way to get an equalizer. But hey, if you want to get to see a team have to earn one, it was off a double commit, but that was not an easy counterattack. Excellent job from Royales. And I think Akron being put on notice that you can't have even a slight mistake, even if it's in the opponent's corner.
Justice on this one, again, low of boost. The entire Fischer squad has been struggling to get boost to start off in this one, and I think it's why the ball has often been on their side for prolonged periods of time. As time is ticking, Akron Blue still pressuring as best as they can. 5 up the 50 here. Emilio to follow through. Doesn't have much boost, and that bounce is unlucky. Ivan able to get this one away just in time as 5 up will keep it close to stall for now.
Ooh, another nice deflection. That was going right down the middle, but instead it's going into the sky for Royales to play off that read. Akron and Fischer have entered kind of this mid-game where honestly anyone is really ready to be able to steal this one away. And Chick said, based on the pacing that we've seen, it really just might be a 3-goal game. It's whether or not this is going to come in regulation or into OT. Royales doesn't want to take it at extra innings. He's deprived of a top corner finish.
Yeah, as it comes to shot count, it's been very low in this one. 6 even, make that a 7th for Fischer, but just very difficult to find the shooting opportunities needed. Morales fakes it just enough, slow and steady, wins the race when 5 up is out of boost again at the goal line.
Ooh, that is disgusting from Fischer. Not often you see a 1-2-1, and then on the fake as well. Royales knows he doesn't have the flick, but 5 up is going to have to play that flick. You do not want to lose a 50, so instead he'll just go for the deflection. Doesn't work out, and well worked by Fischer. It really shows how cohesive this rotation, how this team has really been working at that, because that is pure chemistry, but that is just pure muscle. Royales gets a 50 to put this one to bed for a hat trick.
Yeah, hat trick for Royales. He's been a great pressuring force at I want to say the last 2 minutes of this game has heavily swayed the pendulum onto Fischer's favor. They've done well attacking, using bumps demos, just boost starving and making Akron Blue uncomfortable. I swear I've only seen the likes of 5 up left in net by himself low on boost. It seems the defense just hasn't gotten itself yet together.
Yeah, it looks like 5 up actually kind of field slipped on that one. Maybe try to cancel out. Realized way too late that I am not supposed to be in the midfield when Royales is just putting it all over. He's really hogging all the stats. 3 saves, 4 goals. He's actually just a little bit short of 1,000 points. We'll see if maybe he can get it in the final seconds, but I don't think that's going to happen. Akron's not even going to get one for a road. It looks like that's all she wrote for game number 1. Fischer late in the ball game, being able to take full control and start up this series with a dub.
Yeah, let's not let the scoreline, it really doesn't tell the tale of the game. 4-1, this really was a very tight game up until the very final minute. Royales came alive, was able to be that leader, as we've mentioned a lot, the role that he takes. I think adapted very well to finding the openings they needed to offensively to get past Akron Blue, and therefore had more opportunities of field. The scoreline was even up until Royales started getting shots himself.
Yeah, it's really the player you most expect sometimes. It really isn't always like the set pieces. Everyone on Fischer is excellent, but we talk about Royales because he is the most vocal. You can see it on the cams and as well in the comms, but he just is a player that you have to feed the ball as much as possible because he makes stuff happen. 4 goals is an excellent performance, and I think Fischer will want to ride that as much as possible going forward. That being said, I think you also see the recipe for the downfall of that Akron defense. You cannot allow these 1v1 situations. Everyone has to be dialed in, and the fact that all those goals started off a double commit in the corner, that's completely unforced. You got to fix that in the comms because that can't happen again as we head to Forbidden Temple.
Yeah, let's not even call it 1v1s. At one point, it seemed like 3v1 with 5 up left all by himself. I do think they need to adjust. It seems like they're still vibing, so I guess that's a good sign for those in the facility for Akron Blue. But they do need to make the adjustments to stop miscommunicating. I think the double commits are the biggest problem. That can't be a mistake that we're seeing often, especially at this level of play.
Yes, and at this level, every game counts sometimes for game differential, and therefore every goal will. 5 up will not have an easier shot than that all weekend long, RLCS or CRL.
Yeah, a tough 50 for Justice. Ivan isn't back in time. Royales did sneak up. You know, I can't blame him for it. He had trust in his team, and a great start for Akron Blue.
And being able to get that, it's a nice little confidence booster. You're not necessarily outplaying them, but you get a good win off of 50 and now have a lead to defend. Maybe not for that long as Emilio had to dive into action, but does well to actually dance past a couple and get them slowly onto offense because he do it all himself. No, he has to try to call 5 up in, but that flick is lacking a lot of power he needed.
Bullseye not the 50 he wanted, so Royales, a nice touch up here. Justice on the backboard. Ivan will have to take this high. Can he just fakes it instead? Justice sneaks it bottom right corner. The answer for Fischer early.
This is such a disgustingly good team play. Ivan has a double, but keep in mind, they don't know how much boost he has. Bullseye has nothing. He has to wait for it, and then they leave it flawlessly. Justice, finish that better next time. Bottom corner, flawlessly done. And again, it's Fischer making goals happen, not only just because the individual mechanics, because the threat they pose as an entire squad.
Yeah, perfectly accurate on that shot. And that time, Milio, just a mistake in his own head, had time, took way too much time, and Royales took advantage.
5 up. Turns out even the pros can get those misreads from time to time. That one bounces just a little bit lower than he's thinking. I think it hits the absolute bottom of the upper ceiling lip. So that one will be a bit of a freebie. And honestly, we're on pace for quite a lot of goals, chicks. If anyone wants to do some math, we're on par for at least, I would say, well within the double digits. But I'd have to think defense is going to have to start to rear its head eventually.
Yeah, I think we'll see the jitters kind of settle down. Bullseye had an opportunity, but was just too late to the ball. 5 up taking time. Justice, the pre-jump, does manage to get it away from him. Another 50, but this one to Bullseye, blocked by Ivan, who has boost, can't get away. Borealis, difficult touch, tries to stay, and Ivan will come through to help him pursue this one further. What sort of 50 was that by Ivan? Twice in a row, manages to keep it on Akron Blue's half.
If it looks weird and works, Jigsaw, then it works. That's all he really needs to focus on. Going for what looked like a backflip, almost like a Mac diff reset. Regardless, it's still going to work, and that just shows Fischer. They get outside the box, and other times, just going straight down the middle. Milio will stand tall on this one, and yet still, Royales finds its way all the way through. As always, seems like 5 up is that last bastion to get that clear and maybe get an assist, if not for Justice in the way.
Morales has some boost, does get it over. Milio, Bullseye in the corner, will have to contest this and does well of keeping it close dangerously, though. In the middle of the backboard. No follow-up just yet. Morales able to find the 50, doesn't get down a second time with that touch. Justice now up the corner. Ivan tries to go on through, and 5 up just in the way again. Akron Blue spending so much time on their half, finally get a little bit of space upfield, but not much boost other than 5 up, who's the last back, who now needs to defend against this pressure.
And yet Akron doing a good job of at least cutting off lanes, if not being able to actually chain it into a counterattack. Now it's even harder. There's no one back on that back post. Luckily, 5 up gets it away, but now here comes Royales. He sees an opening, he goes for it, and yet 5 up able to recover, getting the long clear, and all the rotations will reset.
Again, another early contested double commit here will leave it likely a little bit awkward for Akron Blue. They'll have to defend back low on boost. A little bit of a pinch there upfield, and Bullseye has time, takes this one to the ceiling. Doesn't get a flip reset, will just 50 this one on the ground and sends it into the half of Fischer. But Justice back on this, clears it away. Royales is center, tries the shot down, places it on target, but Bullseye and Milio, somehow the 50 will go in the half, and 5 up clears it away.
And Fischer doing very well of putting the ball on target, maybe not always dangerously, but forcing Akron to respect every attack going forward. And right now it seems like Akron's just trying to chain things together. They're traveling as a pack, and that's not always good because that means the back post is open. Ivan, open shot, slotted on that near side.
Wow, the shooting accuracy right now for Fischer has been undeniable. Ivan beautifully placed again on the left post and in. It has been difficult to defend against. Akron Blue has really been trying their best. Right now, 5 up, 3 saves himself, but you just can't keep defending. They have to get upfield, and they need to stop double committing to throw off their rotations.
Yeah, it seems like the comms might be an issue, but then again, when you're playing against Fischer, they're playing fast, they're playing creative, so I don't really blame them for not being 100% organized. Granted, how do you react to this one? Ivan flip reset and using it off the ceiling for the double, but instead Milio will try and take his time, and now pass off to 5 up. That's a lot of boost. He's a dangerous man in the sky, especially with a lead blocker. Royales dodges the demo and gets the clear as well.
Milio off the corner, 50'd by Ivan. Ivan to keep it up. A little bit of a bounce there. Really nice touch. Ivan has just been the man of unconventional touches today, and it's certainly throwing everybody off. Royales, this one just too fast for him. 5 up brings a shot close, and just a 1-goal game difference with a minute left.
That's an excellent touch by Milio on no boost, and it really catches Royales by surprise. But I also like 5 up. Honestly, halfway through, I'm thinking, yeah, he could probably go for a double, but then he also probably looks forward and says, I could, but it's probably just a lot faster to go right down the middle. Good awareness, recognizing they left the goal open, and maybe off kickoff, he could do it again. That's not a lot of boost, but he's got the reset. Never count him on him there. Justice has to limbo underneath a demo, and luckily will keep his team in the lead.
Now Bullseye full of boost, now can reset, dodges Ivan. Picks up the boost in midfield and now playing off the corner. Looking for 5-up in midfield and can't get there yet. Milio off the sidewall, bumped. And Royales right now taking it away, but 5-up is there, has boost, quick touch off the ceiling. Can he get the double tap read here? No, denied by the defense. And so close, but yet so far, Akron Blue in the remaining seconds.
And now it's at a point where every clear is going to waste down so many precious seconds for Akron, so they have to make sure their next attack is lethal. Milio trying to kick it off, cut out by Ivan. Playing the double tap is 5-up, but maybe overplayed his hand. He's got to reach over and bend over backwards to be able to get this one. And yet, you can see Fischer starting to mount the pressure in the midfield. Final gas, Milio. Dunkto side, 5-up, no boost. He's getting interfered with. It's got to go coast to coast for the Zips. I don't know if they got it in them. Royale's trying to make sure they do not. One final gas from Milio, and yet Justice says absolutely not. Fischer able, presumably, to close this one out. And my gosh, Chixa, I mean, they were keeping me guessing at the very least.
Yeah, they really did put their best foot forward in those remaining seconds to keep the ball up, but unfortunately just too far. 5-up is spending way too much time on the backfield. He has 5 of the 7 saves, and if not more defensive stands and touches and 50s. And as well, he has both of their goals. It just doesn't seem to be the chemistry we need out of Akron Blue right now. They can't be double committing. They can't be using up the boost. They need to play better cohesively. On the flip side of things, Fischer looks great cohesively. They all have 1 goal in this game. They've spread across the shots. They're each saving. They're playing as a team, and you're seeing that reflected across the field.
Yeah, being able to play as a team is something we kind of like generically say, but you can see really all of it in advance with Fischer and the way that they're moving around. They're constantly looking for bumps or a little handoff, or just being able to combine all their mechanics into a cohesive air dribble, it almost seems like. Whereas Akron, you talked about it, double commits, it's just too much traveling as a group. It doesn't feel like they're covering options as much as they're playing reactively. And at this level, if you're playing reactively, you're playing from behind, you're hoping to get a good 50 or 1 golden moment. Whereas Fischer, they're just authentically creating, and eventually something's going to fall. You mentioned all as well, shooting accuracy. At one point, they had double-digit halfway through the game of shots, and all the shots that weren't saved were in the net. So they're making sure Akron is earning every single save, and now I feel like it's at a point where not only do they have to find a way to reverse their fortunes from defense to offense, they got a reverse sweep to keep themselves alive with a chance to get a much-needed win for the standings.
Yeah, these are only best of 5, so it becomes difficult when you drop those first 2. Especially, we talked a lot about game differential being so tight in that top 4. Fischer going to make a good mark if they're able to sweep in this one because of it. Great clear up field for Royales. Justice is there. The touchdown, though, read well by Milio, and 5-up now. Boost. Looking to get over Ivan, can't do that. Bullseye last man back. Ivan pops it far enough. Justice on the demo, open net, and Royales sinks yet another.
And whenever that first fake comes through, where everyone's kind of hesitating, you see Milio pausing, wondering, can I get to this one? That brief moment where he's wondering is exactly the window that Fischer needed to demo him out of the way. And it just shows there is no room for hesitancy. Once you have a read and you think you have it, you gotta go for it. And any moment in which you're not playing like that, then Fischer's gonna take advantage, as we see right then. Milio trying to get some revenge off the crossbar. It's just out of reach on the back end.
Oh, that feels bad, man. Milio trying to get his team back in it, trying to impact that game, and unfortunately, it just doesn't hit the mark. Another one flies by in front of the net. Could have been finished, and just like that, Akron Blue loses another opportunity. Milio, though, another great challenge. 5-up taking time, looking to try to get through the defense. Does bob and weave. Tries to be a blocker, can't do much more than that, cuts back in but has no boost, needs to retreat entirely, and Royales does get the clear and the mid boost pickup as well. Great read by 5-up though off that corner.
Yeah, good job to be able to get that 50. Problem is it's not always going to lead to a clear. Ivan, the slow play nearly gets through. Justice also going to be deprived as Royales playing cleanup, which quickly leads into another transition. So this time Bullseye going to be a brick wall in the corner.
Here comes the boost steals as well again. Milio the only one with boost. 5-up did pick up some, and Ivan's shot just goes above the goal line. Milio now some space and time, gets a little bit of a touch. At least this one's enough to get it upfield, and a great 50 will stall this, but Royales has one demoed. Another one blocked away. This touch, though, back in midfield and cleared away where Bullseye is up, almost finds the angle, but still can't get that one off the ceiling.
Definition of the difference between an idea and execution. I love everything about that except for that final finish. Milio, I think getting in his head, rushing that a bit more than he needed to, but regardless of how that one worked out, you need to rush this Fischer offense right here because they're having time to set up, and you never like to see that. Ivan from the corner might have another dunk. He's chasing down Milio, but not enough boost in the world to catch up to him.
I'm liking the speed, though, of which Akron Blue is playing. They look like they've made some adjustments. They are getting greater opportunities of field. That's way too much time for Ivan, and 5-Up comes in just in time to find the save. Morales, a backflip and a huge clear by Bullseye. Justice is there to keep it at least in midfield, and Ivan back on it. So relentless right now is Fischer. This one dropping, and Milio, flip reset, keeps it in midfield. Royales to poke away, and Ivan back through in the open space.
As well as getting it slightly past 5-Up, which means it will be dangerously across up until Milio will get the temporary touch. Royales from the corner looking for a dish. He's gonna miss, but it's a perfect setup. Another leave, another goal line fake. It's sitting there for the taking, and yet Bullseye shuts the door. Here comes a counter, but not too much boost. Milio just fighting for his life to get this one underneath his car.
Almost plays the solo play, but Bullseye now has boost, takes it to the ceiling, does get it pinched down where 5-Up is, over to Milio, but I don't think as well communicated as it could have been. Ivan, no boost in the tank, just sends this one up, and 5-Up is to it first. Royales, though, has time, has boost, able to only clear it as far as 5-Up. Dangerously in midfield, Ivan off the ceiling, flip reset, sends this one actually on target, but it's saved away again.
I love that from Milio. He didn't challenge, he waited for the pass because he sensed it was coming, and then it did cut it out, and maybe kickstarting something from Akron if they can only get these aerials. Fischer, however, circumventing a lot of this rotation from their opponents, and that's so important because this game still very much in the realm of the possible. 5-Up gets a lead demo, but doesn't get the ultimate savior, getting it off the goal line. As Akron, I feel their frustration. It's got to be so tough to constantly be turned away right at the end.
Yeah, they've had more shots right now so far than they've had, generally speaking. In a lot of these games, they've had quality shots when it comes down to it as well, but they just haven't been able to find that final finish. The defense has been so solid for Fischer, and Royales just plays the goal line and manages to sneak another one in.
And sometimes when you're a captain, you lead by example, and this is exactly what we're talking about. Playing it slow, playing for 50s, wins one in the corner, and knows there's going to be utter panic. Let me play right into that. Fakes fast, the 2 remaining, and that's a quality goal for Fischer to try to put this series on ice.
The relief Fischer must feel too, having that extra buffer goal in a 1-0 scenario, it gives them a little bit more room to try to be a little bit more aggressive and prevent Akron Blue from having any opportunities. Ivan up here on this one doesn't get the touch that I think he wanted, but enough of a stall. Akron Blue is out of time, and Fischer look phenomenal today to get themselves still in the running for that top 4.
Royales had a tweet earlier on socials. He was saying, like, we're playing to get back in the top 4. This is exactly what's happening with this series. We're going to get a win. We're going to keep on chaining it together because he believes any loss they've had, it's something they can improve on. They've had some, irritating setbacks, reverse swept by Indiana Tech, but when this team gets rolling, just like they were in this series, you cannot deny they are definitely one of the very best NA has to offer in the collegiate scene.
Yeah, now rising to 7-3 means they're tied with Winthrop. I think differential will be identical, in fact. It'll both be +10. So Winthrop and Fischer will have identical records moving forward. But yeah, they had a phenomenal game. I think they executed well when it came down to shooting. They were accurate. They played as a team. I think this is some of the best solo play we've seen personally out of Royales. I think he made smart decisions across this series that kept his team ahead of the game.
It's no surprise that we highlight him so often, but at the end of the day, I do want to pay attention to Ivan and Justice for just the chaining together that they do have for that teamwork. I think Akron, frankly, looked kind of lost against this, but honestly, I don't think any team would really look good based on how Fischer has played. Even in their kind of our production chat at the back end, Bass from the desk saying, this is the best I've ever seen Fischer play. This is absurd. So Akron, unfortunately, another loss for them on the column, but they're still very much in the hunt to be at least increase their seeding for that LCQ, and I think that has to be kind of the mission going forward, especially since that will be, I believe, their 7th loss of the season.
Yeah, I think tough for Akron. Need to, I think, again, cohesively play more as a team. I don't know how much time they've had together, but I think being lost is the best way you could have put it through. Ivan had some of the most unconventional touches we talked about in that last one, and I think ultimately those things are things they had to adjust to, and I didn't see Akron Blue make those adjustments across the series.
Yeah, we're going to have to see a bit more from them, but we won't be seeing them at least tonight. We will be seeing some other teams, though, because we have some more CRL League play coming up after this one, after a brief break. Do not go anywhere. CRL Spring 2026. We'll be right back.
Put the car and drive, another lonely night, don't know what to do. Finally see what it's like going out every night when it's not with you. I see you whipping down a 4-5. It was December, it was you and I can't remember how to feel alive without you. I wonder what I would say if you stay, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We could both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. Someone just like you. Someone just like you. For you and him, but you keep blowing up my line like I'm with you again. It's just like 1996 and you doing that thing you do. You keep on lying to yourself about everything we've been through. It'd be cool if you let off photos and emptied your baggage like you cleaning out your Birkin. You at the club and telling everyone you're working, but I know you mad and honestly you probably heard it. I wonder what I would say if you stay, if the times all changed and the games we played went away for the day, but you hated me for everything. Yeah, I would do it all again if the clock restarted, knowing it'll end with us broken hearted. We can both pretend I'm in love with someone new, someone just like you. 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 Someone just like you.
Two-step, then I bring it right back.
One step, now take it like that.
Two-step, then I bring it right back.
Taking names and breaking ankles. Fischer with a emphatic 3-0 over Akron Blue. I'm here with Stolen. How you doing, man? How you feeling after that win?
Well, I'm feeling good. 3-0, solid win. We played as we should. We've been watching out a lot of replays this last week. We've been training way more because we need to, get stronger for this final stretch. We still have a couple of good matches ahead. So yeah, feeling good, feeling happy.
Okay, so I mean that's another win in the column for you guys, and frankly, it's a good stretch of wins. You guys have basically handled the bottom half of the table completely. What are your personal comments on Fischer's form right now, and what is really kind of help you guys elevate yourselves?
Well, honestly, I think the form of the players is the best it's been throughout the semester. We have Ivan making main events recently. We even played them. We were like playing like in the same room, against each other.
Oh,
That was
really?
a crazy, yeah. That was a crazy experience. Like Real screaming, just like every single goal. Yeah, it was a fun weekend. And then we have like Justice and Reals, and myself. For one, we're competing as well in RLCS, and what we needed for CRL is just like make sure that we were making everything click together. Ivan with his team, he plays like a completely different playstyle of what we play with Nats.
Yeah.
So we had to figure out what was the common ground, just try to make Ivan shine in what he does best, which is like, in my opinion, his offense. He's really good at creating space, creating plays. He can 1v2, 1v3 a lot of players. So yeah, we just wanted to make that solid structure up behind him and make sure that we don't make mistakes.
So basically kind of the RLCS and how much you guys are pursuing that is really contributing to Fischer's form and how much they're able to take that form to the CRL teams.
Yeah, pretty much. I feel that CRL is like there are like a couple teams that obviously have really good players. I felt we have like 5 or 6 teams that they all have like really good players in really good form. They are like all close together. We have like, for example, 5UP from Dignitas might be one of the best ones in the league. But Maryville also has like a really good team. Baylor has a really good team. Northwood, Winthrop, I think us, St. Clair. So at the end of the day, in my opinion, it's gonna be about like how good you are to and try to not make mistakes during the game. And I feel that with the skill that each player has, they will be able to score. So yeah, I feel that bringing that strategy from RLCS to CRL has been really good.
All right, well, speaking of those teams that you have already mentioned, there's a few names that you currently have left to play, and a lot of them are rounding out that playoff column. We got Winthrop, we got Maryville, we got St. Clair. Those are the kind of matches that really could determine whether or not you auto-qual into playoffs or not, and whether that determines you as a top 4 team. How are you feeling about them? Like, what is the general vibe going in? Are you guys preparing specifically for those matches?
Yeah, we'll prepare like specifically for those matches when they arrive. The next one we have is St. Clair, and I still have to schedule with Shuffle like the Maryville match that we have. We're gonna prepare for each game, but at the end of the day, we just like try to play our playstyle no matter who's the opponents. I feel that that's when you play the best. Just taking into account what are their strengths, so we can be aware of them. Pay attention to that, be cautious, but we feel always that we're the best team against like any team that we face. I'm really confident on my players. I feel they're like great players, great people. We have a really good relationship outside the field, which is always good. So yeah, we feel confident for that last stretch, and I think we can be surprised, to climb up a little bit more in the power rankings.
I mean, we're currently working. I'll get you up there. I think the more that you guys continue to ball out as you are, the more that we're gonna have to respect it, including my power ranking. Definitely did not have you lower, promise. But
I think where we are, it's fair. I think it's fair. We've been dropping innings that we shouldn't, so I think it's fair.
you guys are working on it. It's fine. But any final words that you have, maybe to your upcoming opponents that you're gonna see, or any other shout outs to friends or family?
Well, first of all, thank you all for watching the stream and supporting CRL. I feel like to the audience, it's really good that you are here, that you make all this possible, giving us, especially internationals, the chance to be here competing, starting in the US. This is really good. And yeah, I also wanted to say thank you to my family and my friends and my girlfriend that always support me and, just ask me how I'm doing, how is it going, even if they don't know what the game is about, and they don't understand anything weird of what I do, they still support me. So yeah, thank you very much.
All right, man. Well, we're happy to have all of you here, and you guys have been a fantastic ambassador for the game this season, especially you and Reals have been super great, both online and in game. So we're happy to have you, and good luck in the rest of your matches.
Thank you so much.
All right. That is stolen from Fischer, and man, so well spoken. These guys are so nice. Like, it's just awesome to see, Baz.
It's really nice to see. Again, not only we talked about Royale as being very dedicated to the team, dedicated to CRL as a whole. Apparently, it's the whole team, man. Like, they all seem locked in. They're all very respectful of the fact that, you know, this is a team that has high expectations for themselves and really seem to understand the high expectations from elsewhere. But they also recognize that they maybe haven't been able to play this clean through all their series. I mean, Taco, you mentioned it on broadcast. I said this is the best I've ever seen Fischer play. I don't know if you disagree, but like, oh my goodness, that series, man.
It's one of those series where you don't really see any mistakes come through. It's really just them being able to rebound from everything. Yeah, they have a kickoff goal. Occasionally there's something going through, but they didn't ever look panicked. And that's really a dangerous recipe, I feel like, to follow for any team. Is whenever I see them just confidently go through and they're never actually freaking out, make double commits, it shows that that is not a challenge to them. You really need to bring a lot more to the table to upset a team like that. So I think Akron Blue has a lot of work to do. But if you're Fischer, I say put it on cruise control because right now you're playing just fine.
Like you said, and really like Stolen said as well, they recognize that the road in front of them is going to be arduous, though. It is going to be difficult to take down a lot of the bigger teams within the CRL versus some of the teams they have faced so far, which maybe don't have the same stature. That being said, we'll focus on them in the future. For now, we've got to focus on the games ahead. That is only our first match of the night. We've got more to come here, including our second matchup of the evening. Ball State finds themselves back on stream yet again, and maybe for some redemption. The last time we saw them wasn't too pretty. Syracuse, though, they did mention, undefeated on stream. Does that continue here? Chicks, let's just say it's going to be difficult for that to happen.
Yeah, I was going to say Ball State has done some incredible things in league play, like beating Fischer and Winthrop. And then they've also fallen to some people that they maybe shouldn't have fallen to. Ball State's always in such a weird spot when it comes down to it. Phoebesca and Oath have been doing well as a roster, but the consistency isn't there. If they're beating teams on the upper echelon, but also losing to teams at the bottom, then where are they really at? As for Syracuse, yes, their win is over Wichita State, but we mentioned it's always the difficult part of coming into league play for the first time and making the adjustments to the type of play style we see in league play. Syracuse, they're past the halfway point. Well, they're almost at the halfway point. They need to figure out how to play in this style of gameplay, and Ball State is a great one to have on your resume as a win.
This is two different teams that I feel like both need this win, and for very different reasons. Like you said, for Syracuse, is about being able to stay within the realm of possibility of making it to not the LCQ, but to playoffs or even being in contention for that. For Ball State, this is to prove that they can still be, you know, head and shoulders above some of the lesser teams in this league. And this is not me trying to insult Syracuse or, you know, put them down, but they are currently one of the bottom teams on the table. And for Ball State, they don't expect to even be close to the bottom of the table here. So, Seb, there are a lot of expectations here for both of these teams. I think that man that's on camera right now, or that just was, is probably the guy with the most expectations. Phoebes, the new addition to this Ball State roster, and there have been a lot of questions about him throughout this time.
Yeah, I mean, he's come in as the new person to a Ball State where traditionally in the past we've seen Ball State as being a very chem-heavy team. When Wove was on the roster, we saw the absolute peak of Ball State going through incredible bracket runs, in some cases winning championships as well, but they took a bit of a downturn. And since then, we have this new player that's come in, and the question has always been, are we going to be able to see Ball State return to that form as Phoebes just, you know, evaporates into the ether with the blur? But a lot of these players have continuously gotten more practice at the professional level. Oath and Gus specifically, and Phoebes has come in as the new man in this, very much as Helix did when he came into Concord, and is holding his own generally. I think we've seen Ball State go on these really cool streaky runs and have generally been able to hold their own throughout the course of the CRL season, but there is a lot of games left to play, and whether or not they're in contention for playoffs, I mean, that remains to be seen.
I mean, you put it really well in talking about the fact that there's a lot of professional experience here, not only from the Ball State side, but also from the Syracuse side. I love Russell so much, man. Such a good dude. I love it. Oh, that needs to be flipped. All right, but
that's a gift.
Going back a little more seriously here, I did want to also mention, again, we talked about that. The big reason that there's so many expectations on Phoebes is not only for the sake of him subbing in for Wova, but it's also the fact that Wova has been putting up better and better results. So if you're going to get pulled out for a player like that, you really do have to make sure you're putting up the best results possible. Speaking of best results possible, that man in the bottom right, and from the furthest camera angle of all time, there is nobody with a hotter streak than Tiz right now. My guy just made it into RLCS off of a win against Gen G. I hate to throw it back to you, Seb, but you did ask specifically to give him a little praise, and I'm going to give you the floor for that.
This particular clip went super high on the subreddit that we have, where it was basically you just see Coconut, who is the official streamer for Gen G, completely crash out as Tiz is the result of a three goals in a row to beat Gen G in Game 5, and it was thanks to our Syracuse man here in Tiz. It's one of the best clips you're gonna see, and he's taking it in. And honestly, if they could take this form and bring it into CRL, this series might go a different way.
Might the key word here at this point. I think there's a lot of expectations about how well Syracuse will do. The question is, are any of us crazy enough to back them at this point? Jixa, I'm going to go to you first on this one. Do you think that Cuse has got it?
No, I think I'm one to not be too crazy when it comes to my predictions. I am very confident when it comes to Ball State and the sort of chemistry that they give. I think Phoebes has been a phenomenal addition from what I've seen of him on the field. And I mean, huge shout out to Syracuse and their facility. It is really freaking cool. They managed to, put out a really good show, end up being very just supportive of the entire collegiate scene, so they have done a wonderful job at that. But I think they will continue to grow into their own when it comes to league play. I don't think they're ready yet to topple the likes of teams like Ball State.
It's going to be difficult. Seb, do you think the power of friendship has got it today?
No. I am.
I'm trying.
I was trying to gas him up, and I actually do think that Syracuse is a little bit overhated. I don't think their results currently are an accurate view of how good they are, mainly because they've taken 2 losses that they arguably shouldn't have in both Akron, I believe it was Wichita State and then Akron Blue, and then a lot of them have just been to the upper echelon of teams. And how you define this match is whether or not you consider Ball State to be a middle of the pack team that is at a level that is similar to Syracuse, or are they in that top 5 kind of area? And that is what this match is about. It's a real skill check here for Ball State to see whether or not they're going to handily deal with Syracuse, or if Syracuse are able to actually deal with some of these better teams.
All right, we're stepping eerily close to another desk sweep here, Taco. Save us, please.
No, thank you. I might be.
I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
I'm from upstate New York. I'm a huge fan. I grew up watching Syracuse, but I've also watched them play against those top teams, and I just don't really see it in the cards. Ball State has looked really good. They put away the teams they probably should be putting away, and because of that, I think it's going to be a tough uphill battle. However, I think our predictions of this game will be or the next series will be influenced how Syracuse plays, because I want to see them play against those mid-table teams. As Seb alluded, a lot of those losses are to the really high-end squads, so best of luck to them, but I think Ball State's got it in the bag.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, an uphill battle here for Syracuse, which is why I am also not picking them. I don't like this. We're sweeping the desk again. We avoided the curse once today. The odds we avoid it twice in a row, I still think substantially in our favor. Again, as much as I believe that the Syracuse team is incredibly capable, I think this is going to be difficult because not only is there a lot to prove, as we talked about coming into this one, but Ball State has looked good, man. They've taken a lot of really big wins as of late, a lot of upset wins, and obviously we're not, we can still have upsets here. We're not infallible at this point, and definitely not Ball State, but I think it's going to be difficult. I know, Seb, it's really hard to definitively say this.
I really want to change it to Q's. I kind of talked myself into it. I think it's doable, but no, it's not the time.
I don't think it's the time for Syracuse to prove us wrong, but Syracuse, I'd be happy to be incorrect. Ball State, however, on the other side, would like anything but that. They're looking for a playoff spot, and a loss here against Cuse would not help them. Let's see if either team can defy expectations. Our second match of the night here for CRL Sunday. Let's get to it.
Syracuse is looking for a fight to climb the ladder, but you don't want to scrap with Brawl State. The Cardinals have been knocked out a few top-tier opponents, and Cuse is trying to show that they're built different. It's a must-win series for both squads in the CRL stream. Seb, I'd have it no other way.
I'm so incredibly excited because we get to see 2 scrappy teams, both with professional experience, both wanting to vie for that top spot in Ball State. They're a little bit closer to it. Syracuse, on the other hand, trying to come out with the shenanigans early. What is going on?
I always like it when two teams simultaneously plan fake kickoffs that are perfect mirror images of each other, but of course now that doesn't work. And now it's just pure pandemonium, but that's exactly what I want out of a matchup like this. You said you were tempted to change it. I gotta say, when I was deciding between these two teams, I was very tempted to say
I
Syracuse.
know, like, they're so scrappy.
I have the faith. They're a very good team. They're called Passion U internally and externally on their socials, specifically just because I don't think there's a team legitimately in all of CRL that has more hours combined than these three players.
They are kind of, and it really kind of goes to show. I mean, when we look at the caliber of players on both rosters, frankly, I mean, this is RLCS players.
No!
Wow, that is a very unfortunate timing for it to say, really gas up. Yeah, we got RLCS players here. It's looking great. And this one just kind of fumbled. Understandable, Tiz. He's going to get it back at some point. But for now, it's Ball State with the early lead.
Guys, we got a product to market. We're trying to compete with RLCS. We gotta step it up. We can't be having pinball goals like that.
Yes,
but hey,
Shopify just dominated a match. We need to show our good side.
Well, Ball State certainly is. That is a musty to the fake off the reset with Oath just being able to be like, hey, there you go. Let me just tap that one down. Full team passing play, and Ball State looking locked in.
Beautiful 1-2-3 to really kick things off here. Ball State, we know that they can be incredibly stylish when they want to be. They have players on many RLCS teams at this point, long tenure across all of them. But Phoebes, I mean, we talked about him before, having a new experience on this team and really wanting to showcase himself as frankly on the same level as the other two members of Ball State.
And being able to actually show up. You never want to feel like a weak link, and especially that is true of so many players in CRL, and they get in their heads, and that's the one thing you can't have. You were selected for the A team for a reason. You earned this spot, same like their team earning a spot in league play. Baby trying to get a little too cute. The pass perfectly cut out by Guh.
So we'll see where exactly Syracuse are going to try and place this, but thus far, Ball State, they're on the back line. Russell's doing what he can to get a pass over to a teammate. Tiz has nothing to work with. Gababy is just going to go for the wide rotate back. Is going to go all the way, looking to get an entry point. But look how passive it is right now. Ball State just looking to buy time to set up properly. Phoebes gets around one, and that will not be enough as a double commit on the side wall. Oath looks to make it dangerous, but it's going to be left off.
Not a bad touch by Tiz as well on the carry, getting past one, but all that momentum taken out of his sails. That one will be deflected from Ball State. And honestly, look at the respect from Guz. Going for the sidewall skim and no one challenges because they know very well he can hit that.
So over to Tiz. Can't get around it. It's still dangerous though, and Phoebes is getting bumped out of the way. Tiz is going to stick with it. Oath managed to take it out. Guz is going to go for a great catch. Able to actually collect and gets the flick over one, but can't follow up.
It's such a shame because the way Syracuse is playing right now, this is what I wanted from the beginning of the series. Unfortunately, they got a clunky goal in the first one, then a kickoff goal basically in the second. So now they have to fight their way back and make sure no mistakes are made. And maybe we can start with a demo play or maybe the fake into the boost steal. Phoebes almost a giveaway, but a decent enough 50 so that Oath can take over.
It's going to play in the midfield. Thus far, this is where we get to see the game stabilized. Tiz, I see you on that back wall. What are you planning on doing? But unfortunately, the ball can't get to him in time. Oh my goodness, that could have been disaster if it went off Gababy wrong.
Yeah, luckily Gababy trying to play it recently, the Rank X promo player, trying to make sure he's earning that rank as well here on CRL. Can't be making any mistakes. We've already seen a couple from the Orange Men, but right now you can see him going for a lot of demos. In fact, in a lot of their games in which we've talked to them after playing those top tier teams, they've taken a game strictly because they play physical very well. They're in comms, they're locked in. The only team, to my knowledge, that has both a coach and a mental performance coach, a performance psychologist on the roster, trying to put it to good work as all three committed. Gababy top shelf and a bit too high on that shelf.
Syracuse sniffing at that goal, trying to just force the issue, doing what they can. No! That's not the way you want to do it. Syracuse still looking to get warmed up. Now Gababy rushing back to make sure the transition doesn't hurt.
Pain, pure pain. Syracuse has been playing ring around the rosy on that goal, and they're so insanely close, but they can't actually get around it in the clutch. Gababy, slow play around Oath, but gets too much of it. Guh will have no problem delicately escorting this one back to mid.
So now Syracuse are going to have to reset. Guh is going to look to pressure, but Phoebes is going to play all the way back. Look how passive that Ball State defense is right now. Great pass, but will get cut off. 50 seconds remaining, and thus far, Syracuse, Ball State have left up the wall, and Syracuse have, well, fumbled the climb. They've fallen over, if you will.
Yeah, but they do have an open goal, at least temporarily. Lesser trying to get in the middle. Tiz a bit too late on this one, and Gababy has got absolutely nothing left in the tank. He'll take it all the way back as that boost will spawn conveniently for him. Then kickstart the counterattack. Lesser from the corner. He's got to start winning this one. In fact, he gets a lucky one. Oath doesn't get it, but that's a 50 and a half to completely reset.
And again, it's just Ball State putting up a wall, not letting anything through, focusing on good 50s, good challenges, and mitigating any pressure that's coming their way. The last 10 seconds will wind down. This one is done and dusted, and off of game one, Ball State collect it off of some fun gameplay, but frankly, putting in the style as well. Syracuse gonna have to work from behind.
Yeah, it's a rough one as well, especially the way that started, but we can't draw a silver lining in that they did improve over time. You can see how this can be more competitive, but my goodness, how different things could be if Syracuse was just positioned slightly differently, Seb. I mean, how many times was that ball just sitting on the goal line and everyone's just awkward enough that they can't quite turn it in?
I mean, we saw just complete whiffs as well at the goal line. It really felt as though, especially in the latter half, Syracuse was doing a good job at creating chances, creating opportunities. But as is with many football teams as well, it's that last touch that can end you, and in this case, it did.
Yeah, being able to focus on getting those reads together is one thing, but Ball State,
goal
they
again.
were pressed.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they were pressed up against it, but my goodness, yeah, that goal. It's a really quality play by Ball State, but that's also what we talk about. It's a chem-heavy team. I think Phoebes has a hard task in that he has to fill the shoes of Wova, which has quite a lot of accomplishments with that Ball State roster, but I believe in his very first start with them, he actually ended up winning a LAN tournament with them. So then it was like, oh, okay, well then maybe pressure's off. So since then, he's fit right in. In fact, it might feel intimidating in some ways, but other times you're like, wait, my teammates are Guh and Oath? Okay, well, that's easy mode. We just got to go from there. And I feel like Syracuse trying to capture that one. We talked about their passion. We talked about how good of friends all three of these players are. But thing is, power friendship is one thing. Getting actual results in CRL is another. Game number 2, though, not out of this series quite yet. Trying to hang on the prettiest map in the game.
Forbidden Temple, and this is the only casting desk where you will find that we think this is the prettiest desk in the game. Apparently.
You're insane if you think that.
A lot of people do not think that. I don't know why, but it is strange. Either way, we're underway with game 2, and Syracuse will look to try and equalize things here. They looked really good in the second half of the game, being able to create chances and opportunities where they saw fit, but again, that last touch is what made things difficult for them. Ball State will look to try and extend this lead. Oath is going to go for the second touch, but Guh has to play it back.
I think Oath going for something spectacular and doesn't quite work in. Fact is, going to really have to focus on this one. That backflip took all of his concentration. 0 boost on that one, and he's still not going to be any better. He has to go all the way to the mid to scavenge something else. And now, here comes a counter. Tiz from the sidewall, ricocheting it with Gababy playing interference, though it will land on Russell. Not the best catch, but at least things are still alive temporarily for the Orange Men. From the corner, Tiz back to Gababy, but can't complete the 1-2.
Yeah, Gababy just wasn't close enough to it. Now Tiz still goes with the catch. Gababy's going to go for the cut in and be able to collect the midfield as well. Phoebes is going to try and go for the challenge, but it's going to be a pass down. A shot that almost lands through, but the double commit save keeps it out. Ball State still under pressure. Gababy puts one high once again, struggling with the shot placement right now. A pass down over to Russell, can't get it done.
Honestly, it might have been better going on the near side. We tried to trip up Oath, goes backside, and that is the prediction that went Oath's way. A rough series there of shots coming through from Syracuse, but hey, they're getting shots, they're keeping possession, and I think now they need to take that win.
Syracuse just continuing to pepper away. Gababy still will be saved. Russell can't get the 50 to keep it in play, but the demos are coming out for Syracuse. They've came to play. Now it's going to be a slow play to try and get a pass off, but Oath finally able to give some breathing room to Ball State where they can catch their breath.
Yeah, right now, Ball State's looking for a highlight reel. I know quite a lot of saves you can find within that reel, but Guh's looking for something on the offense. Nearly goal of the season contender right there in CRL, but nothing found off that corner, nothing found on the backboard either. As Lesser back to mid. Guh, heavy cut, but Gababy read that all the way.
Now, with Ball State inching closer and closer to some extended offensive pressure, Syracuse just go for the long shot to collect some boost and hopefully mitigate any pressure coming from Ball State. Gababy is going to look to disrupt. Guh's just going to go for the solo carry. Phoebes is out of it, and this is a bit of a scramble in the midfield. Some demos going to come through. This is open all the way. Syracuse finally on the board.
And love the timing of this demo. Look at Baby immediately turn back because he knows the moment that miss comes in, Russell's saying, hey, please just clear my path. He says, yes, absolutely, no problem. Just put that one in the back of the net for an easy putback. And Ball State, you have to say, that was coming. They're playing good defense, but you cannot sit back and defend on your goal line that many times before eventually that ball gets shoved through.
Even the best defense will fall at some point. It doesn't matter how good you are. We've seen it personally in our cast over the years. But for now, Syracuse, we know that they are a streaky team. We know that on their day, they can be and can contend with some of the best. Another demo is going to come through, but how does Syracuse respond? It's going to be a shot on. It will be saved by O to keep it out.
Good Baby, nice little skim. It doesn't get on target dangerously, but it does hold things up. Phoebes, that's a heavy touch, and luckily was able to recover, and even better, gets to 50 to Oath. Here comes the counter. Go, that's a lot of power, and Gababy's got no shot.
So much speed off of Ga. 59 KPH for me, but for here, this last touch was a dime straight through the middle that no car could save. Tie a game, minute 47.
It's one of those crazy shots where I'm sure Gababy's like, don't worry, guys, I got full boost, I'm in goal. He's so far away. Oh my God, so fast. And then it's just immediately in your net. Like, how did he get all that? But you don't really ask questions. It's just he does things in RLCS. And now
an
it's CRL. Russell going from the ceiling. A little bit more boost, who knows? But anyways, it's out to Tiz, and he's got no shot either. Ball State in the lead.
And that was a quick transition, immediately taking advantage with the 2v1. You thought Tiz probably would have known. I think he just tried to back up to force the attacker to go past him, but it was essentially a meal for the side of Ball State. 90 seconds remaining, still plenty of time for Syracuse to show some fight.
And it's a tough one, too, because Gababy was actually full on in. He has that much confidence in his teammate to hit that double tap off the reset. Doesn't click in, and therefore you have to play from behind, and could get even worse. Oh, that's a slow double, but a double nonetheless that is put to the side. Lesser, a miss. Gababy, thankfully, we'll just get a long, clear, reset everything, and a boost steal to boot.
Got Ball State, you don't want to be in a 2-0 position. Gababy, last man back again. Thieves with a TC50 and going to be able to get the pass back, but it's going to go over to Lesser. Now we're going to see some wide wing play at the moment, but Ga is going to take advantage. Can't go for the second touch, but this will be a good setup opportunity for Ball State. Really establish that offensive rotation and just get settled in with extended pressure. Not a lot of boost on the Ball State side either.
My goodness, Tiz has been playing without boost for what feels like 25 seconds,
that's
and
open.
he's just going to get
That's
demoed
just
at the end. Oh, Ball State getting violent in the corner.
Yeah, this is getting rough. They're starting to match Syracuse's energy a little bit, as we saw in the earlier part of the game. Syracuse, despite the amount of demos they would put on, Ball State are replying in kind right now. Let's see, can Syracuse manage some form of fight against this Ball State team, which is oozing with chemistry at the moment?
Yeah, being able to play against Ball State is tough because they're never going to leave a chance on the table. If there's a demo to be had, they're going to chase it down. And if there's no net to convert, they're very much going to put that one through. No mistakes on the Ball State side. We'd expect nothing less from the tenured veterans. And right now, Syracuse, first-time league play displayers, are trying to be able to live up to that pedigree. But you can see just how quickly things go off the rails. 3 unanswered from Ball State, taken game number 2.
Just dismantling. There was an inkling of hope in the earlier half of the game, but the moment Ball State decided to make an adjustment, not to play on their back line, just focus on transitional offense, it was all over.
I think right now the biggest thing from Syracuse that I could have to say to them is make sure you're not trying to put all of your hopes into one play. Exactly. It feels like they notice, hey, we might be able to demo, we might be able to go for this, and they convert everyone forward, and then when it doesn't go through, you have that counterattack where Tiz is playing third and suddenly realizes, oh, both of you went. Okay, I guess I have to 2v1 and I'm dead. And you suddenly have an open net. Like, you can't have that happen. It's so tough to be able to give Ball State those opportunities because really any team at this level is going to bury those.
Yeah, I mean, it really kind of is Ball State taking advantage at the moment of that last third man, focusing on early transitions into offense, realizing, okay, this isn't threatening, guys. Someone just go up, take care of third man, or at least focus on the 2v1, and it's just Ball State completely taking advantage the entire time, right? So it's Ball State making a fantastic adjustment to Syracuse really, early game and running away with it. Now Syracuse are left wondering, What exactly can they do? Do we just increase the pace of play? You're going up against Ball State with 3 incredibly quick players. Do you park the bus, play more defensive play while you're going up against an incredible offense? How do you play this out?
Well, if you see Syracuse, you're wondering why they're not talking too much. Keep in mind, they have 2 coaches on their roster, so they're probably getting an earful of something they need to focus on and not a lot of time to apply it. That minute break is gone, and we might have another sweep on stream if Cuse can't bring it together.
Please no sweeps. Not a big fan of sweeps. I like competitive games, but as you guys saw in the schedule, this will not be the first game for Q's tonight. Guh, looking for that second touch. It's going to lead for Oath, who's going to clean up early.
And you can see all of Syracuse collapsing in on goal, and Guz just lurking downfield, knows he has the aura. He'll go for that one, and everyone will think he's nailing it. Open shot for Oath right down the middle. Does not matter. 20 seconds in Syracuse. You got to make sure you keep your head up. It is not over yet, although that is not the way you wanted to start.
No, that's not a good start at all, but especially now with the double demo coming from the Ball State side. Tiz will do what he can. Russell tries to finish, but he's just a touch too late to it. Now, this is where you need to focus on your midfielder right now because Ball State are looking to dominate this half of the map. Guh is going to put a shot on, actually tries to get a pass off to Phoebes. Oath just a touch over his head, so he's going to play this one slow, tries to go for the individual play, but Gababy gets the read.
That's such an insanely good touch by Oath.
That was so
able
good.
To get that one too. I think maybe even a Zen touch if I saw it, but regardless, their mechanics, they're flowing for Ball State. Just another thing you have to watch out for. But Syracuse, of course, they got more than the power of friendship. They almost had a 50 in the middle, but unfortunately Ball State sidesteps it and then goes for a counter. Phoebes double off bar, and Oath is not going to take a bite of that.
Russell needed that bump as well. Otherwise, there was just a double tap in the waiting. Tiz will be able to get the cutoff in the midfield. Not going to be, actually will be quick enough to get past Guh. Russell tries to get to the second touch. Phoebes plays the keeper, but it's not saucy enough, but this one might. Just a touch wide. Guh with a perfect cutoff.
And Ball State could have taken their time with that build-up, but instead says, I gotta do something with this, and just chucks it downfield, and he nearly does. That's really the advantage of playing with a player like that. Now playing without him, dish in the middle, he comes back from the grave, gets the save away as Syracuse thought they had paved their way to an equalizer.
That's a lot of space to leave to this guy, but no. It will still be saved. Syracuse are really risking things by leaving things to that goal line defense, especially in how Ball State have played this transitional style. 3 minutes remaining, though. Syracuse need to get on the board.
Baby, I think he was trying to go for a different touch as he puts it inside and only finds the defender. Meanwhile, Lesser just trying to dig it out and fight past every wave of the Ball State defense. Tiz, decent amount of boost, but that's not the best first touch. Still gets the reset. Lead blocker, goal line 50, and he can't quite get it to stick. How about a double tap? Oath says no.
Oh, Gababy has been such a struggle in this series. I swear he's been second or third man at an offensive attempt so many times now, and it's just that last touch can't get it done time after time, and it's really starting to cost Syracuse in these offensive chances. Right now, basically, it's just been goal production. This one's over to Russell, who has a full tank, and you get around Phoebes. Good 50, forces it through. Syracuse on the board.
And Lesser coming in with probably the fewest amount of individual accolades in terms of the 6-man ranks, and yet multiple times this season I've seen that exact scenario. He's in a 1v1 scenario, and he comes up with something creative, plays for that 50, and actually I believe gets a reset off that ball to be able to just shovel that one into the near side. Huge play for Syracuse, and now they can build off of it with a nice passing play. How about a lead demo? But again, they sent everyone Guh. 1v1 Gababy's got all the boost and enough of the 50.
Incredible patience from Gababy. Needed to there. And I think at this point, you know, both teams have a read on what the style is for this game and how both teams want to play, and that includes Syracuse. They are perfectly intent with sticking it out with how they want to play. If it's just going to be Ball State going for transitional offense, then sure, they'll play that game and just focus on playing good ones.
A little bit of a double commit from Ball State and Syracuse. I don't think really wanted to bite in on that one. Maybe they're learning their lesson of not getting too over aggressive, but now they got to make sure someone's aggressive on this one. You don't want to give Oath that flick because that almost was the consequence. Gone the putback, easily saved. 1-2, Tiz trying to use the remaining amount of his momentum just to pinch that one forward, but a demo means there's nobody back, and luckily for Syracuse, not a shot on target.
Maybe we'll have to collect along with the rest of Syracuse, focusing on the reset, last minute of gameplay, but moment, Syracuse just trying to set up. You can see Russell playing with the ball a lot. Tiz not in the best position. Is going to go for the catch anyway and will be banged out of the net. Oath is going to put this one very quickly. Gababy has to reach up quickly for it as well. With the last minute, Syracuse are fighting for their series right now.
And Gababy's trying to just guess at that aerial. He's not going to take it. That means Lesser going to fake one out and maybe dance past another one. At least gets a 50 as Ga doesn't have the best read on this one. Gababy plows through it and Phoebe's going to get dunked. Where is Tiz? He's got just enough boost to get a shot, but it's just a little wide. Lesser on the pullback finds a way under. Ga, what a recovery.
Tries to play for the mental game. Now Tiz tries to go for the musty, but gets challenged at the exact time. No, this one could be disaster. Gababy is able to get back in the nick of time as well. The last 15 seconds, Syracuse, they're inching closer and closer. You don't want to leave this open to Oath, though. Is this Syracuse's time to make or break this series? Tiz is going to send it down. This is going to be Ga not putting the shot on. We're going to game 3 overtime.
Ga immediately shook his head on the camera. He's like, if I got there a little closer, that might have been a 0 second. But no, we'll play into OT. We'll play for a Cuse survival arc as Ga will shut the door on no kickoff shenanigans and maybe gets a counterattack off this one. Phoebes, how lucky you feeling? Not too lucky. He's getting bumped, just recovers for the save to the corner.
I really like how Syracuse are playing these bumping games, but again, it's that last touch. And especially if you're going to play that bumping game, you need the speed to support, especially shot speed. And Lesser chase this one down. Oath with a quick transition, just looking to force an attempt off the corner. Phoebes gonna keep it going. God just going in very hard as third man, keeping that pressure high and making sure that offensive rotational speed is quick. That's a shot on. It will be a double commit touch, but still kept out. Ga's gonna go for another one, or just at least pepper these shots in.
Well, you like Phoebes to talk about how he might feel fitting into this roster. He had 0 angle on that last stack, and he almost top-shelved it back post. So clearly he's not lacking for confidence, getting inspiration from the veteran teammates who are now trying to combine to go to work. Ga, crazy angle, but doesn't quite get it around. Phoebes will slow down the counterattack, but this is a full boost Gababy, and there's nobody up to challenge him from the ceiling. No bounce. Tiz trying to keep it around, and yet Ball State just stares him down and lets it go by.
Frankly, yeah, they know that the positioning is off. They knew that it was off the moment that Tiz went up for it. Now this is looking dangerous as well. Gababy has to come back from back post to make a play on this one, but he's just going to be given a lot of room. Ball State is just letting Gababy scroll on through. The quick F50 will put an end to that.
Tiz, limited boost, but look at the wall dashes. He makes Ga get the fake challenge. Unfortunately, will be thrown away, but how about a demo? Gababy leaves it to Lesser, going for another flick, a pass over to Tiz on the near side. Man marked by Phoebes, and he'll pay with his life.
That creativity was incredible. If only it actually worked. Now Gababy's going to go for the solo. Oath's going to have to go off the back wall. Tiz is very close in the follow-up, not able to get anything done, and now Ball State. Not Blast, that's the producer company of RLCS. Ball State are gonna look to park that bus, keep things going. Lesser can't get it done either.
Absurd pass, but even better by Phoebes to be able to react to that play and get down to get the save. And now Ball State has a chance to play a spoiler here, but no, Oath doesn't have the boost to get around it. Neither does Gababy. Honestly, every player is using every single bit of their tank on pretty much every single challenge just to make sure they can get to these reads. As Ga tries to slow it down, but Gababy will not be fooled.
Good follow-up defense as well from Syracuse. I think there's the chemistry and just general comms is starting getting a little bit better. You can see Syracuse, they're getting a bit more creative in their offensive chances. They're going for faking plays, which definitely helps when you are on the same stage. You can just have that intrinsic chemistry of being next to each other and body language and the like. Now Ga try for another. Oath picks it up. Let's continue to play. That's a bad 50. Phoebes has to get up for this very quickly, and they will.
Ga, not the best catch, but he is able to recover it, at least stay close to it, as Lesser will get the follow-up. So does Phoebes, fully boosted up. He's trying to go for the ceiling pinch, and that's a pretty interesting touch down as Gababy gonna try his 1v1 skills. Another 50 from Ball State. Honestly, the defense so incredibly frustrating, I'm sure, from Cuse to deal with from Ball State. They're not losing any of these 50s.
No, not at all, and part of it just comes with a ton of experience from the Ball State side. Haven't played RLCS for so long at this point. Syracuse, though, they're inching closer and closer, and I think they can feel it. The moment that they get that last touch or get that last demo without team bumping, that will be the answer. but now is not the time to falter.
And honestly, not a lot of time to be able to work with because you have to create time, get some boost in there. Tiz, with absolutely nothing in the tank, has to be able to support Lesser, who also has to throw it away. He's going to get sent off the field. Gababy, full boost, says, why not? I'll get the chow in. Tiz, fully recharged, has at least one challenge off the bounce, tries to read Oath, but Oath dancing past him, buying more time. It's almost like a chess match out there at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like, both the teams are kind of playing passive because they're looking for each other's mistakes. They're looking for that single challenge to really explode on the opposing side. Zagat is going to chase this down. Going to have to deal with Gababy, who's going to go for the 1v1, but he plays it towards the midfield instead. Now it's Guy who's going to play a bit further ahead, but almost a full game of regulation gone by. Both these teams having great chances, but it could end at any moment. Baby.
Ooh, Gababy. I like the dance on the fake cut. It almost paved the way, but unfortunately, like all things, Ball State always has that final player back. Tap down, Gababy. That 50 was dangerous, but Oath immediately goes from third man to leading the attack. If not for the demo, Tiz saw Gababy downfield, and God, the only reason he does not find his target.
No, that demo is fantastic because it really removed the second option, passing over to the first option. A shot on will be saved away. Now we can see Ball State, they're really trying to move that full line a bit further advanced, not play as passive as they were, not rely as much on just goal line transitions. So now Lesser tries to get around Phoebes. That's about 50, but it'll be Ball State continuing this defensive effort and holding strong.
Well, Tush Chat, this is exactly when you start locking in your guess for how long this overtime is going to go, because I have no idea. Tiz is trying to make sure it ends right here. How about a double tap, if not for Oath? Long clear out. Ga is quickly to it. He's going to get past one. Gababy, clean touch away. That Phoebes is not going to touch, but maybe working out even better, so Oath can grab a corner.
Russell's still with it too. Would have loved to see him stay. Gababy's just going to wait for this challenge. This one's going to be a quick follow-up. Oath is looking to disrupt. Phoebes looking for the flick over one. This is still dangerous. Guz in a perfect position. You can see Oath. He was trying to get a bump out too, but now Syracuse scrambling, trying to stay alive as much as possible as this Ball State onslaught continues, and Phoebes will wrap this one up in a beautiful team play.
That lack of boost, Gababy can't get to it. Lester's just chasing ghosts, and unfortunately, Phoebes, that's going to haunt him on the Syracuse side. He'll wrap up a sweep. It took some doing. Let's call it a game 4. Why not, in terms of series length? But unfortunately, very much a sweep and a well-deserved one from Ball State.
Oh, at least we got the time for a game 4, at least. You know, so I guess technically we continued the series, but either way, this was Ball State. Yes, they struggled with that game 3, and it really did feel as though, you know, Syracuse were on the cusp of taking their own game, but over time, anything can happen. Mental resets, adaptations, they're all just as important.
And being able to see just also on the far side of Ball State under a lot of pressure. I mean, you can tell. Look at the shots, though, from Ga. 10. It's been a while since I've seen a double-digit shot count, but, I mean, the saves alone, Gababy, that might be a record. I don't think I've ever seen 11 saves from a player in a match for 0.
Yeah, I mean, the stats are kind of crazy. Gababy, I mean, had to play that third man a lot of the time, and it you know, it's unfortunate because I would have liked to see him just get a lot more of his finishing touches. As much as he was a great defensive player, there was also a lot of points where I would have liked to see him just get a bit more creative with his shot placement, or it just didn't struggle as much. But either way, that's water under the bridge. Syracuse, unfortunately, not able to take a game on Ball State. Ball State continuing their run and really proving themselves amongst the upper echelons of CRL here.
Yeah, and we also talk about, you know, how we rank teams and how we be able to rate teams ultimately. And when I see teams like this with Ball State, they take a dub, and I was like, hey, you should be beating a team that's lower on the table. So good job from them. Good for the game differential. I don't know about that face up. I don't like that. But I do like that at least we do have some more CRL coming up. So don't go anywhere. We're halfway through the broadcast. We got more Syracuse on a doubleheader on the other side of this break.
Easy love I can show on the outside, it's not that simple. When it's tough, I don't show how I feel looking out my window. I get caught living in these thoughts.
breath. Have fun. Everything will be okay. Move. Okay. Move. Okay. Move. Take a deep breath. Have fun. Everything will be okay. Move. Okay. Move. Okay. Move.
Hello everybody, welcome back to Collegiate Rocket League on the Rocket League main channel. I have Oath with me from Ball State, who just had a very nice sweep against the likes of Syracuse. So Oath, the audience wants to know, what were you snacking on throughout that entire series?
Well, today was Easter. I just got back from Easter right before this, so I got a nice big bag of Swedish fish over here. And I've been throwing one or two down the hatch.
Danger
between
Taco
goals.
called it. He called it. I gotta give him credit. He did guess it was Swedish fish, so I'll give him a little bit of credit there. But nice to get through some candy. I am an enjoyer of getting candy, like Sour Patch stuff, during games. I think it helps you focus. But anyways,
Of course.
no too much of a sugar rush here. I'm excited to talk to you a little bit about Obviously, a lot of people have been talking about Phoebes. How do you feel like Phoebes has been fitting in the roster with you and Gub being that Wova, that's very big shoes to fill?
Yeah, definitely some huge shoes to fill with Wova. I think there's definitely been a bit of a learning curve with Phoebes. Like earlier this semester, the first half of the semester, the results were not what we wanted. But I think we're slowly building up to the end of the semester, and we're learning what we want to do and how we want to play. And we're learning how Phoebes fits into that and how we play around him as well. And I think we're just getting better by the day. So.
Yeah, that leads into my next question. What were your expectations for this semester, and do you guys feel like you're meeting them, or are you falling kind of short, and what's your goal for the rest of the year? I know that's long-winded, but walk me through
I think our goals going into the semester, it was kind of up in the air because we were transitioning from going from Wova to Phoebes. We didn't know exactly how it was going to play out. We knew Phoebes had a lot of raw skill and he looked good, but we just had to feel it out a little bit. But I think we definitely have very high goals and aspirations for ourselves. We know how good we can be. And I think we've proven, not just in CRL, but some of our other leagues like NACE, we've beaten some of the best teams and we've proven we can hang up there with everybody. So we're just excited to compete.
Amazing. Talk me a little bit through that last series. I noticed on the scoreboard, Gababy had 11 saves. Obviously,
Oh my gosh.
not where you want to be against when you're playing in that overtime. Syracuse, a roster that's at the lower end of league play when it comes to series score, but still one not to be looked over. What was your thoughts in that overtime? Were you guys playing like you needed to be, or did you struggle more than you wanted to?
I think that game, and especially leading into that overtime, I think we definitely took our foot off the gas a little bit. I think when it comes to CRL, like they're at the bottom or the lower side of league play in terms of their record. But I mean, as many people have said, like anyone in league play can beat anyone on any given day. So it's really just about the passion and the aggressiveness and mainly the confidence that you bring into every match. So I think just that confidence is what put us over the edge that series and got us the sweep.
Awesome. Final question. Any thoughts, shout-outs, anything? I'd leave the floor up to you.
I say shout out Phoebes, man. He's playing good. He's playing great. Let's see what else. I guess shout out God too. Just just the team. We're playing good. We're feeling good. Excited to see what's next.
Amazing. Well, thanks so much for your time, Oath, and good luck with the rest of your league play.
Thank you.
All right, everyone. That was Oath. A little bit of a look into the team and his snacks. But otherwise, how are we feeling about Ball State now being 5-5, kind of in the middle of the pack?
I think that Oath said it best. I think he stated that, hey, we didn't necessarily have the greatest start here. There was a little bit of time that it took for us to get used to the addition of Phoebes in comparison to Wova. And now that they have found that comfortability, they look comfortable and they look good. This is definitely the best we have seen Ball State play so far here. It's not really hard to top that considering some of their appearances on stream have been, let's say, less than stellar so far. But otherwise, this is what we're looking for out of Ball State. A contender who can really put it to the best of them. And this is also kind of what we talked about coming into this one here, Taco, is that, we knew Q's could do well, but there's differences. There's levels to this game, and unfortunately for Q's, they have yet to excel or to ascend to a higher level.
Yeah, and you can see, honestly, if you look at the series score, you're like, that's a sweep. That's only their second sweep, actually, outside of Winthrop. That is the only time they've actually been swept within their series. And yeah, it's tough. They usually take a game, but look how close they were to scoring. I mean, me and Seb, after the call, we threw that to break. We were like, man, imagine how different that game could be if they could just convert 25% of their shots. Just a little bit more. But the goal line saves their Oath were unreal. That Forbidden Temple map felt like they were living in their half for a bit. But that's also an element of effective team play. Getting pressure is one thing, but if you're not actually demoing in the right times, rotating effectively to keep that pressure, I don't care if you have 40 shots. If at least a couple of them are not going in, it's just a waiting game until inevitably you're going to give up a counter. That's kind of what Ball State excels at.
And that's some of the issue we have seen for Syracuse throughout this season has been their over-eagerness. Again, that's something we see oftentimes with teams who are in their first ever bid into CRL, whether it's league play or the opens that we had last year. Teams get eager. They see the spotlight on them. They believe that what we like to call hero ball is necessary, where you're the player to make the big moves, to make the big actions, to make up for the mistakes of the teammates, and I've overcommitted and it's a counterattack. So it's something that Syracuse is going to need to be aware of, and right now, Syracuse, they're not done for the day. We've still got some more action for these guys. as now they take on Indiana Tech. This is two teams that I don't think we can really sugarcoat this. Two teams that need these wins, man. Straight up, they need these wins to stay in contention. Both of these squads are at the very bottom of our table for league play, and if they cannot get a win here, Chicksa, it might be the end of their road.
Yeah, obviously Syracuse drops another one, so they end up being 1-7. As for Indiana Tech, I think they're 3-7 right now, something like that, 3-8. So they are struggling. Both teams are struggling and need to be on better footing. Granted, I want teams to understand that in this 16-team league play, this is a phenomenal learning opportunity. So taking the time after every single series, regardless of win or loss, understanding what kind of the downfalls are that we've been talking about, especially for the likes of Syracuse in their first season, and kind of spinning it as good practice and good warm-up and getting better throughout the season is most important. They have to both have a positive outlook going into this series to try to get a better footing, because there's still another opportunity regardless if they make the top 4 of league play, which they're definitely probably out of at this point.
Yeah, there's not really good odds for either of these teams, and I feel like for Syracuse, as we've talked about, this is kind of the expectations for them. They have struggled against some of the better teams that are in this league right now, and while they've been able to hold their own against some of these squads, getting wins against them is a lot more difficult. On the other side, Indiana Tech is an anomaly we have never seen before in CRL, where, like you said, they are 3-8. They just had another result come in where they took a loss to WVU, and you expect that. You expect this team to take losses against some of the larger teams in this league, and then you go and see who they've won against, and it makes absolutely no sense. Wins against Fischer, Maryville, and Akron Blue. Those are 3 teams, well, I guess 2 out of the 3. They're at the top of the table right now, so it's hard to digest and really understand this team right now, Seb, because the results are all over the place.
Yeah, and frankly, I think that is a case as well for both teams. I mean, I just want to remind everyone that coming into this, Syracuse, they won off of Penn State. It was arguably whether or not, they should have made it or the like, essentially irrelevant. But for Indiana Tech, I mean, this was a team we had very high hopes of coming in, right? They looked to be in fantastic form, and even throughout the course of this league play so far, I mean, they've been incredibly inconsistent. They've had a ton of game 5s, reminding me of old USM days, and not able to put it together at the end of the day. It's been really hard to watch, because I think I can speak for all of us. They have a very passionate fan base, and they're very fun to watch.
So far, the passionate fan base want to go check in and see what the fan vote is feeling here. It's aggressively in favor of Indiana Tech. For a school that calls themselves Passion U, the passion, yeah, where's the passion here, folks? Come on, get a little bit hype, get a little bit excited, because it's also time for us maybe to decide who we think is going to take this one. As again, this I do think is going to be the closest contest of the day, at least so far. We've seen sweeps exclusively. Taco, do we see a sweep here, and who do you think takes it?
I don't think we see a sweep, but Indiana Tech, I think, is just a bit built better for league play right now. They look more cohesive, and like Seb said, that is the biggest thing that is rough to see, because if you're going strictly just by series record, you're like, man, they're taking a lot of losses, but 4 of those series went to game 5. If you treat those like coin flips, in an alternate reality, we very well could have seen a 7-3 team like Rocket It, or 7-4 team, which is basically 5th place, maybe even 4th, contending for playoffs. So I think Indiana Tech is a phenomenal team. I think they're just a little bit better on the day than Syracuse today.
Seb, I'm gonna skip the order a little bit here. You seem like you had something to say. Jake, so we'll come back to you in a sec, but Seb seems a little vocal, a little extra.
Did anyone see that clip that Resh scored in RLCS not too long ago that was against NRG? That was absolutely bonkers. I'll get to my prediction in a moment. That was absurd. Okay, we all shared that. Chicks, you can make your predictions, since we should go in order. I will continue. Okay. Then I'm going for Indiana Tech. This is such a good team when they want to be, and Reshiram scored one of the coolest goals. I implore you, if you're watching this, go look up Reshiram's goal against NRG. Yes, that NRG, and it's one of the coolest things you'll see. If that doesn't make you a fan of this Indiana Tech team, I don't know what is.
Okay, Seb didn't even give a prediction throughout
I said
all
Indiana
that, so I'm
Tech.
just going to say...
I said Indiana Tech.
You just hyped them up, but you never actually confirmed who you were voting for. Chicksa, save us from yet another sweep here on desk, please.
Yeah, I actually am. You talked about restaurants go. We talked about Tiz earlier. Like, why are we going back and forth between fan bases? Like that's not all.
What
this is
Tiz
about.
did was cool. What Resh did is cooler.
That's all
We're
just a
going by
matter
aura.
of opinion. Like, they're supposed to be little I know you have a hard time with that, Seb. Anyways.
Wow, that's crazy. That's
call out.
that's kind of crazy. Okay.
I'd like to point out that Seb has pretty much every time ranked St. Clair lower than any of the other analysts at any point throughout this season. So he does not get to cheer them on or
I like
be
how he
part
has
of the
the
fan
jersey
base at the moment.
I like how he has a jersey on hand for a team that is not on broadcast. He's just like, just in case.
Just in case, he's got to mention he's Canadian. Did you guys know that Seb's Canadian? And did you know that I'm actually going to split the desk here? I'm going to take Hughes on this one as well. I think Hughes have got a chance here, and I think it's for a number of reasons. Look, I wouldn't be surprised if this went either way. I agree with Taco in saying that this is not going to be a sweep. This is going to be a battle between the two of them, but I also think that Syracuse is a team that when they do play to their highest level, they're incredibly impressive. And the crazy part by far for me is that Indiana Tech have played well against the best teams, and they have played worse against teams that are not power ranked top 10 or unanimously within the top 5 in all of collegiate Rocket League. And we saw this for evidence when they beat Concord on LAN and then lost to OC the next series. This is a team that has not proven consistency yet, and I hope that I am wrong in terms of like them showing their best foot here, but there's a 100% a world I see them come into this series, and Accuse, who's already had a warm-up match because they just played, stays warmer, gets into this, and pops off. So we have a split desk here. It doesn't look like the Syracuse fans popped up in the chat vote. It's still 67-33 there. So overwhelmingly, people think that Indiana Tech are going to take this series. Do we believe that? Kinda. Do we believe that Hughes has a chance, though? Absolutely. And no matter what, this should be our closest contest today. Let's keep it going. Our third match of CRL Sunday starts now.
It's Tech Yeah versus Passion U. The two most passionate fan bases in CRL finally face off on stream. So get loud and get proud in chat, and let's ball for CRL.
And you have to deal with me after that burn. No, I'm kidding. Oh, love Seb. I am so excited.
Absolutely
for this
roasting me
one.
on the desk.
I really am quite excited that we did split the desk on this one because I do think it is closer, or at least it is supposed to be closer than what meets the eye, especially with how we've said Indiana Tech could be. Like a lot of these teams could be. I do give a little bit of a warm-up to Ball State for Syracuse to have more of an advantage. If there's any time for them to win a game, it's after losing, being in high spirits, learning and understanding how to play now and adjust to a team that has been struggling notoriously against the bottom of league play teams. That's
Well,
open.
just as you say that, that is a easy finish here for Velocity in a 1-2 open. But no, I get your point. I mean, Ball State did warm up Syracuse for this one, and not only that, but I mean, Syracuse, it's not as if they were locked down for an entire series. They actually had a lot of freedom of movement for the entirety of that series and really got to practice their offensive capabilities, even though there wasn't much to speak of. But now they have to deal with Indiana Tech, who are also just as aggressive, just as quick as they want to be, as that one will be knocked away. Velocity looking to finish, and it's still saved by Tiz. And Blue is putting another one on, and that will be saved too.
Yeah, I'd like to mention again, Gababy had 11 saves in that overtime. I really didn't believe the stat scoreline when it came on the board. So Syracuse do need to make adjustments. Is it good they're getting saves? Yes. Should they need that many saves in a game? Absolutely not. I think the biggest things for teams to learn is committing and when to commit in order to prevent an attack from happening before that shot gets registered on the scoreboard. If you give teams too many times to get the rebound shots off, just like this one that comes a little too far away, then that gives them too much time to attack.
Yeah, this is just, unfortunately, Russell missing this challenge, and Tiz had no boost to speak of. So it was Indiana Tech taking advantage. 2-0 here for Tech, yeah. As I'm honestly really hoping we get to see a really rambunctious chat that is getting a bit fired up for the universities, but it seems as though Syracuse did not show up. So, I don't know, maybe it's gone a little missing, and that'll be Velocity with another one.
it is a holiday for some people, not everybody. So, maybe that's why. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt. But for now, Indiana Tech is proving to be the team that we have mentioned could be. They've done well. Every player has 3 shots at this point. So Indiana Tech up 9-0 on that shot count. Syracuse has only registered saves. Again, struggling to get some offense upfield. We mentioned some of their woes could be them being a little bit over eager. That's a reason why that back net has been open. So adjustments need to be made, but it is game 1, and we'll see if they can make that adjustment to score and prevent Indiana Tech from scoring.
So Indiana Tech trying to get the bumps to at least focus on the transition. Going to get one as well, but again, a complete whiff on the 50. Thankfully, it's not going to be too threatening, but Indiana Tech, just every single challenge, every approach, they're having a nice, easy time with it. Velocity with the shot on will be blocked away by Syracuse. We enter the second half of this game.
Velocity stops this one here in the corner of Tiz backwards, having a tough time challenging this one. All 3 players of Syracuse stuck in the same corner. This one does get out. Tiz, unfortunately, not enough boost to get back to the ball. Fischer able to get the clear, only for it to be cleared right back.
Whoa.
What a deflection by Bluey, but that one unfortunately is barred down and out.
Oh, no way!
This one as well out. Twice in a row barred down, and it doesn't fall. This one wide. Follow-up for Velocity. And man, oh man, Indiana Tech on fire offensively.
You're given so much to hang on by a thread if you're Syracuse, yet still somehow you can't keep it out, and you're letting Indiana Tech just crawl all over you. Velocity with a hat trick to his name, but look at the shot totals right now, Chicksa. This is insane dominance from Indiana Tech on the offense.
Yeah, 16-2, and that second one only just came off that kickoff. Incredible work by Indiana Tech upfield. On the flip side of things, yes, could Syracuse have been warmed up? If Indiana Tech was paying attention to stream, they understand exactly what Syracuse struggles with, and they are doing just that to be that critical upfield. Minute and a half left on the clock, and this has been Indiana Tech all game long. They've looked so good offensively, and even still now, they have so much time to continue this onslaught.
I have to imagine that if you are Syracuse coming off the 3-0, this is Resh just trying to finish up. Velocity can't get the angle, and so Syracuse will chase this down, but again, another close call here for Syracuse. They can't keep Indiana Tech at bay. Tiz has no boost to even make some disruption plays. He's just looking to follow up as much as he can. So Syracuse given some breathing room. Finally able to really kind of take inventory of what's going on. Hopefully it will be enough time, but a pass over to Resh, who tries to get underneath. Kababy with the 50 to keep it out.
Baby, 5 saves in this on the surf, 4, 1 for Tiz, 10 total for the likes of Syracuse, but it does not matter when there is 19 shots from Indiana Tech at this point in the game. Little passing play here to Velocity, beautifully executed, and why don't we add one more shot to that scoreboard?
Just the pass and the quick cut from Bluey and Velocity following up perfectly. This is a chemistry team right now. Indiana Tech are so locked in. 20 shots, by the way, real quick. Just want to point out, we finally hit the 20 shots mark.
It's frustrating for Indiana Tech to be at the point they are in this season when they arguably look better than even Ball State right now against Syracuse. If again, transitive property, it doesn't always work. But being that we just saw this last match, Indiana Tech looks fired up. They look aggressive. They've been passing. Everyone's had an opportunity. It seems like this could be a team that could have done so much better. And even if they don't make that top 4, again, we should not count them out when we go into that LCQ later this year.
So that is Indiana Tech taking game 1 in insane. I mean, just look at the shot totals. We have 21 shot totals for a single regulation game, 5-0. Even in 5-0 games that you might see in other series, shots totals usually don't go that high. So Syracuse just completely on the back wall for this one, really having to fight for every single inch. Tiz with 134 points to his name. Despite the fact that Syracuse just came off of a series against Ball State, who were offensively minded as well and could really take things to them and apply pressure, even though I'd argue that didn't happen for most of the series. Now that the pressure is really on with a team like Indiana Tech, Syracuse just don't know what to do.
Yeah, it was, I think, shocking for this discrepancy. Was there an edge for Indiana Tech in this series? Likely, yes, but I thought it would be significantly closer, and Indiana Tech is here to prove us wrong, which has been an important aspect of this entire season. It's just proving all the haters, all the audience wrong at the end of the day, and figuring out who is able to beat the best of the best. And it's no wonder Indiana Tech has had what we've called kind of spoilers and upsets against teams, but why they struggle against the bottom of the pack, I still haven't exactly figured out.
Yeah, it's been kind of strange to see. Honestly, it's been the big question for Indiana Tech for most of the season in both tournaments that are within CRL and outside of it as well. Why aren't they able to close out against some of these top teams, or why are they going to Game 5 so much? It actually reminds me a lot of old Seton Hall back in the day, and more than almost any other teams, where they would just go Game 5s with almost everyone and would be world beaters in some cases, but then on other days just would not do anything at all, and it would be a very big head scratcher. But Syracuse finally able to get on the board with a goal of their own after a great 50.
I think they just need to calm down a little bit at the end of the day. We've seen double commits similar to the series we saw earlier today, our very first one, and why Akron Blue is struggling a bit this season. If you can really limit the amount of double commits and being in the same space as your teammate, it opens up a lot of opportunities on the field. So hopefully Syracuse gets on the same page of things, makes this game a lot closer than Game 1, and shows us a little bit more of what Syracuse has to offer.
So it's a nice 50, but this is just a complete beat though. The baby though, able to get back in time, and despite the transitional speed from Indiana Tech, he's defensive minded as ever. Not the best 50 from Tiz, and now we get to see the boost really start to hurt. Russell, as Indiana Tech, gonna try and just keep that control in the midfield, able to collect the mid as well. Tiz is gonna go up high, but not gonna get a good touch. The disruption tries to come in from Syracuse, but there is nothing really convincing coming out.
Tiz, a nice touch bottom to go by him, and Velocity luckily has a great 50, keeps it close, sends it to Bluey in midfield, who puts it off the corner, no touch there, and Gababy just doinks this one out. Upfield rush to it first. Tiz will be on it, tries to get the pass midfield, but just leaves it. And now Velocity has time and space, most importantly, to work with. Too much space is Syracuse giving Indiana Tech right now. It gives them time to formulate a lot of these plays that we saw earlier in Game 1. Hopefully that changes as we continue forward.
Indiana Tech are playing this rotate so aggressive too. You never really see any third man going so harshly for a back post play or save or just positioning. They're all essentially doubling up on the transition so they can get a quick transition back. Now Resh trying to 50 around Tiz, actually just outplays him around, and now you see Bluey and Resh both doubling up, and how close every member of Indiana Tech are playing together is just a part of the reason why they're so quick to set up on the offensive end.
Back off towards the corner of Indiana Tech we go. Velocity bumped, has boost, tries to manage recovery off that ceiling. Bluey, no boost in the tank. This one almost just a little wide. And unfortunately, Indiana Tech scoreless as we get to 2 minutes. A very different change from what we saw. Velocity having to commit here. Sir having an opportunity. That one, if only on target, almost I think would have been in.
It would have, yeah, because you saw Resh, he was pushing forward, ready for a challenge, and there was no one there in the waiting. This is off the corner. Can Russell take advantage?
Ooh.
No! Backs off, or maybe just didn't get around it. That's a nice Cookser with a fake as well. Maybe able to get there in time. Velocity looking to keep it in play. It's over Russell's head, but for the time being, Syracuse able to hang on and keep this score at 1-0.
Bump play here. Bluey does go underneath, but Resh picks up and dribbles this out into the offensive zone. Tiz off the ceiling. Sir again had the demo. Picks up that boost in midfield as well. Flick here. Manages to get it only as far as into Tiz, who plays off the ceiling, tries to get it down underneath Rush. Open net here. The shot's just on target, and it is indeed unsavable.
Great pass from Tiz as well. Just Resh, not the best touch. Perfectly serves up this one on a platter for the likes of Syracuse. And now a complete reverse from game one, where we now see Syracuse handling things, keeping their composure, calming down, and doing a great job at it.
Honestly, I think the prediction should have been if this goes to game 5 or not. We've talked so much about Indiana Tech going to game number 5, and I think if this game isn't showing a reason why, I mean, there's no greater example. Of course, this game is not over. It's far from over, especially with the pressure that Indiana Tech's bringing. But the fact that they can have such a stark contrast from what they showed in game 1 to now being down in game 2 and struggling to score, those things shouldn't happen. It shouldn't be this different.
I mean, legitimately, I think if Indiana Tech go to game 5 at this point, like, they need to be put in a capsule and studied. Like, there's no way that they should be going to a game 5 for a series like this with just how dominant they won in game 1. Clearly, there has to be something different. Resh will be able to reduce the lead to 1. 10 seconds. Are we going to see kickoff shenanigans or not? There is a chance here, though, for Indiana Tech.
Man, I just gotta say, they did miss kickoff entirely before to start off. It really could be anything. This one stalls in midfield. So they're first, just off the ceiling. Resh leaves. Now picks it up off the side wall. Gets time. Backboard here, just a little too far on velocity. Touches the ground. Syracuse, in a thrilling change of events, takes game 2 in 2-1 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, velocity, unfortunately, pushed up just a touch too far to keep that play going, but I really like the idea of what Resh was going for with the pass. Now Indiana Tech will have to deal with a best of 3, potentially game 5. Maybe we'll see it again, who knows? But considering it's Indiana Tech, the chances are quite high. I would love to even get that in the poll in chat. Like, are we seeing game 5 for Indiana Tech again? Maybe.
Yeah, I do think there's a high probability of it, and I love the adjustments that Syracuse made at the end of the day. Yes, do they need to save the ball still a bunch more? If there's ever a time where we total stats by the end of the season, the amount of saves Syracuse has as a team and per player is probably at the top of that list.
Yeah.
Making adjustments, though, and being able to score upfield, I enjoyed seeing them do. They had good transitions. They won some 50s. I think they amped up the demo game, which opened up a lot more opportunities upfield for them. I think they just need to stop being so hesitant to challenge, because they're giving Indiana Tech just way too much space, especially with the mechanics that we see at this level of play.
Yeah, exactly. I think they're also just starting to punish a bit more. Indiana Tech's just playing so close in rotation, really tight, and Syracuse are taking full advantage of it. Now, this is game 3 here. Indiana Tech will look to assert dominance once again after a crazy game 1, but Syracuse finally earning a game for themselves after going 0-4 in the past 2 series.
Bluey could only pick this up before he's bumped. Velocity in the corner. Keeps with it off the side wall, sends it towards the backboard, and Tiz is there and ready. Has Gababy to his left, needs to make the 50, instead demos the car that 50'd him himself. This one back up, Fischer in opportunity, and Tiz just too far up for Gababy to commit. So the pinch comes through. This will stay on the Indiana Tech half temporarily.
Maybe continuously playing a solid third. Lesser can't get it done again. Always having some trouble with these passes or final touches. Minute in, and thus far, Syracuse looking quite good, but Indiana Tech wants to change that, looking to maintain this midfield position and collecting all the boost to do so, but Russell is already in deep, trying to disrupt as much as possible, keep Indiana Tech on their toes defensively.
Good touch there from Fischer. Back down in it. It's still midfield.
No boost.
Gababy, no
Not
boost. Doesn't jump. I would have at least jumped. would have tried as best as he may
He could
save
have,
that one.
I think if he was under it enough and immediately reacted to it, I think the default car jump can reach that high, but it was probably just too quick for him. Probably didn't expect Velocity to put a shot on so quickly. So that'll be Indiana Tech taking their first goal in this game. With that, Syracuse immediately back on the offense, just trying to set up or at least get a man in to disrupt.
Yeah, it seems like they're going for a lot of demos on the goal line defender, which does open up opportunities, but that means they have to have really aggressive rotations, which can be difficult. Tiz turned in there. You could see from leaving to being back in, and he'll continue off that corner. But a good clear from Velocity. Let's sort of pick this one back up. Bring it back onto the Indiana Tech side only temporarily, and now Gababy's last back with Resher gunning for them, goes for the squishy but gets bumped away, and Indiana Tech now up by 2.
Velocity shooting, but Gababy was not left alone. Resh chasing him down for everything he's worth. And this is a case where we just see the transition game and Gababy being last man back with no support once again. Syracuse committing too hard. Indiana Tech taking full advantage. So just over half a game remaining. Indiana Tech wanting to continue that trend of game 1. Resh, things in the midfield. Look for a pass over to Velocity, but now Syracuse, they're ready for a good 50 as well. Keeps things in the blue half. Russell tries to take the opposing boost. Tiz also tries to disrupt, but Gababy has to pull off quickly as that attempt is compromised.
A touch goes right to Resh. This one does go over. Gababy has boost, but doesn't have a teammate to send it to. A demo on to Bluey, and Resh will have to commit early. Gets a nice touch off his own backboard, though. Lassard just retreating, trying to defend against Resh. Gababy picks this up now off the sidewall, has a little bit of a transition if he can get to it, but Velocity spawns right in front of the ball.
Yes.
This one down,
Doable.
straight down again. Gababy shot too high. Lassard is still coming in, and this one blocked away again.
A lot of opportunities for Syracuse in that sequence. This one as well, Lesser puts it on, but again, it's that final touch from Gababy that just continues to curse Syracuse. Now it's 2v0, and you can see Syracuse, they're rushing back to try and make it work. Tiz able to get back in time. Bluey and Resh double commit for this one, so it'll give some time for Syracuse to set up an offensive approach. Goes back in the midfield, and Resh wanting to make things work, tries to go for the solo, but it will be blocked away.
I don't like a lot of these touches out of Syracuse in particular. I feel like they're giving the ball away. They're often not calming when they have time. It's one of the most important comms to give your teammates is time. You have time. Keep the ball closer. Win the 50s instead they keep throwing it to their opponent. Yes, exactly like the one you kind of stated earlier. They're giving the ball away, and it's giving opportunity for Indiana Tech to just get back with it. The whole point of putting out a well thought out play is to take your time when you have it. And they need to start communicating when they have that time to make better quality plays of field.
Baby chasing this one down, and no one on the Syracuse side has boost until just now. Respawns, now Syracuse are good to go, but so are Indiana Tech in these final 30 seconds. Syracuse need to get on the board. They need to find some semblance of an offensive bone. But as this clock continues to wind down, Syracuse just are tapping away, but not really setting up anything convincing. This might actually end up as something, though. Bluey will get 50 out. Decent amount of boost left on the Syracuse side, but a quick redirect through Bluey will make it work for the 3-0.
That was so clean. I gotta say, one of the best redirects. Especially, he could have totally put too much power behind that. And he could have went off the backboard and looked silly. Yeah. But he executed it really well. I think the cherry on top for Indiana Tech in this game. And another 0-goal game for Syracuse, another multi-goal game for Indiana Tech. What are we doing here, people? 5-0, 2-1 to 3-0?
It's such a weird series because on one hand, it's like, okay, when Syracuse are on and they're able to, get the rotation order to be able to punish Indiana Tech on how they're positioning themselves, then we get to see Syracuse actually score. And when they get that final touch. But every single time that we see Syracuse in a position of offense in games like these, they have that chance and then they muck it up right at the end. It continues to just be that last touch, that last setup for things to go completely awry.
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly. A lot of adjustments again for Syracuse to keep making. I know they have a coaching staff, of course, there. I know they'll continue to talk as they learn this season, but they are in this series right now, and they still have to make mid-series adjustments. When these are best of fives, of course, the series are a lot shorter than we see in a lot of other league play, or often in some of the following tournaments at the end of the season. Best of sevens give you more time to adjust, so it's a great skill and ability to have when you can make those mid-game adjustments. So hopefully we see that out of Syracuse. As for Indiana Tech, I want to see the consistency out of them. I want to be able to confidently put Indiana Tech in that upper echelon as they continue through the remainder of season to redeem themselves to being at the top of our league play due to beating the teams they should be beating and continuing to upset those that they can upset.
Yeah, I think it's been kind of Resh. What a great start as well, right off the kickoff. Good chem and good comms all the way around, but this is on Lesser. I think he should have saw that he was last man back. Didn't really have a chance. It should have stalled as much as possible for his teammates to rotate back. Either way, quick 1-0 here for Indiana Tech, wanting to clean this one up. But like you mentioned, I mean, I look at Indiana Tech as this is a learning experience for them to really kind of warm themselves up for a potential other season of CRL, just because they've got so many matchups on their plate now. They're a solid team mechanically. There's no doubt about that. But it was clear that this is very much a learning experience, and they are giving a learning experience over to Syracuse right now.
Yeah, again, Syracuse not getting the challenges they need to. Lesser jumps for Resh here. But again, honestly, I wouldn't have even jumped for it. I think that's a better decision that needs to be made. The trajectory right then of his car was not going to be one that was on target. I often say, understand your level of threat. And at that point, the threat was low for it to be a shot so quickly. So better decisions for Syracuse down the line. And Indiana Tech, again, needing to continue to prove themselves. LPQ could bring anything. Let's not forget. At the end of the day, every team in league play has another opportunity, and I think Indiana Tech should wholeheartedly take that opportunity at the end of the season.
Did you just do like the know your role meme? Like
Did I?
Level of threat?
That's something I say when I coach.
Okay, well.
Like, to not rush plays.
I know,
I'm
it's
sorry.
just funny. It's like, know your role. Okay, great. But a great way to put it. It's just completely true. So Bluey looking for the shot and actually gets it. This is just Indiana Tech outpacing Syracuse.
Yeah, I ultimately think that they are just faster. They are feeling confident now. The first goal, just even off of kickoff, as we saw, Resh was the one that went for the kickoff, stole boost, and then cut in. So those sort of confident plays are done.
So we will have a pause here as Lesser has requested. And it seems as though, yeah, it seems to be a ping issue that we're just going to quickly get resolved here. But either way, I believe that last goal will count as it was requested right after the goal was scored. We'll just wait to confirm. But for the time being, Syracuse just going to wait for their pause. And either way, I think it will give a chance for everyone to sort of relax. And hopefully Syracuse can come in a bit refreshed. I mean, the amount of games that they've lost, I can't imagine their mental is looking fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be confident if I was Indiana Tech. Obviously, with how they've been playing for most of the series, they have proven to just be a little bit more aggressive, a little more confident mechanics out of them. I think they have some incredible ways to be competitive against the current top 4 of league play due to their creativity upfield.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. You meant Indiana Tech, yeah?
Yes, Indiana.
Yeah, so I really like to watch how they play because, one, they have really fantastic players on their team. And like you mentioned, the creativity that they showcase in offense is up there with some of the best of them that we've seen. And that's not even counting, you know, the RLCS play that we're seeing from a good amount of these players as well. It's just, I don't know if it's a mental thing. Maybe it is a mental thing for Indiana Tech that when it comes to these game fives, they're struggling a little bit more, or these series where frankly, they should be handling much easier, but they just can't put teams away. And that is really kind of what has tanked their season.
Again, I think LCQ, we've seen pretty crazy things happen in like lower bracket runs, last chance opportunities, all of that. So at the end of the day, I think Indiana Tech is going to be that team that everyone should look out for as playing spoiler as we near the end of the season. But we are unpausing. Score stands as is, and we are going to continue playing on.
And we are, and with that, the score will not be the same as Velocity will make this to a 4-0. Honestly, this is utter domination from the likes of Indiana Tech at the moment, but they do have to play on. Syracuse, I do feel for them. This is a difficult struggle to be in. You're playing two completely different teams stylistically, and you just can't find the key for either.
Yeah, I think, again, that's the adjustment that we mentioned in League Play, especially being back to 16 teams. You at times have 15 different play styles that you have to learn and be against. And with how much experience now all these players have in CRL, I mean, not to mention everyone at this point is rank X, rank A. They are at the top of the echelon. Some are playing professionally on teams. Like, this is what you have to learn as being the level of competition.
Yeah, and it's just been insane to see how much that competition has improved in such a short time, where a lot of players just aren't even, you know, prepared for it. Velocity is going to go for the solo shot, and Rush is going to keep it in. But even see Syracuse, it's not as if they're built up of just 3 homegrowns. Like they have been. Is this just a complete poke away? That will be a 5-0 for Indiana Tech. Unfortunately, Lesser just gives away the possession. Probably didn't see Velocity there, and this is falling apart quick.
Yeah, I think the momentum has kind of been swept out from under them. Syracuse had a good game too. Then as soon as Indiana Tech tends to get things rolling, it's hard to stop that snowball from forming and just turning into an avalanche all the way down the hill. They have shown that as soon as they get creative, they poke, they prod, they demo, they set themselves up. You already see Velocity stealing boosts and being on the other end of things. They just cannot be adjusted to.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it really does feel like Indiana Tech. They're at such a point right now where they're playing with their food almost. They're having fun. Tiz just going to pass off in the midfield. Syracuse, the composure has been lost, which, you know, is safe to say is fair when you've had a collective, 10 goals scored on you now? 11, 12? Something along
14.
there? Sorry?
14.
Oh, 14, yes. So it is difficult to keep your mental composure in that way, only because you have an Indiana Tech that is just completely outplaying you here. That's another shot on, but saved from the Syracuse side.
Yeah, again, Indiana Tech putting on a masterclass, and I hope to continue to see this level of play out of them. What a cheeky little pass from Bluey there to keep that play going, and Velocity adds on another for Indiana Tech.
And I kind of like how involved Velocity is getting for this one. It's just these quick 1-2 setups are dismantling the entirety of the Syracuse team. They're having such a hard time at reading both the aerial bump setups, but also the passing setups. And it's not as if the entirety of Indiana Tech are getting involved. It's just so clean, so efficient with boost usage that Syracuse, they can't compete. And it continues to show here. Velocity makes it 7-0.
That's his 4th goal at this point in the game. His teammates have 2 and 1 each. When it comes to the 7 shots, all 7 are assisted, which I think also shows a lot of what Indiana Tech offers when you're able to play that sort of team atmosphere instead of solo play. I think Indiana Tech, when clicking, are going to be quite difficult to beat.
Oh my God.
Add on yet another.
And Resh receiving a bluey in kind. Tiz just not there, but also sneaking this one through 2 members. Someone save us, because this is looking a bit rough, but hey, there we go. We got Kababy getting on the board.
And we can't say it was on purpose because that's not a Brazil. There's 8 on the board. So that was well done by Syracuse.
Well done by Syracuse.
Yeah. You know, they have a little fun, I think, the Syracuse roster. They have a lot of time to learn and grow. I think every first season of league play is going to be like that for most teams. I will be shocked if any team comes into CRL league play for the first time as a school and doesn't struggle, because that's just where we're at with the grand scheme of things.
I mean, yeah, especially now with Syracuse and the matter that they qualified in, you know, they were clearly unexpected, but it's not as if, you know, they are completely like struggling with games necessarily, or they're just getting completely gapped. Yes, this is a case where they're getting completely gapped, but the caliber of players that they have, like Bailey is on that roster, Tiz is on that roster. These are great players to have. It's just there are different levels to this new format of CRL. We have 16 teams who are here, all trying to vie for the same thing.
And as we've mentioned, huge shout outs to the Syracuse program. I mean, they're all in facility right now, a gorgeous facility at that. They have so much support behind them, and I think this, not only school and program will continue to flourish, but this team will flourish as time continues on.
And GG's all around from the players, in good spirits. But that is Tech Yeah taking this series, and with it, the fan battle. Fantastically played from Indiana Tech. They will continue to try and fight for that playoff spot, even though it is kind of out of the way for them. They really got to lock in for this last part of the season. But for the time being, this was a great performance.
Yeah. I think Indiana Tech, again.
No, enough. We don't need it. Keep that tongue in your mouth.
Do you think he deserves it a little bit? Like celebration. I guess let's say celebration in that aspect.
There's so many cool celebrations you could do. You could do like a sue, you could do like a, you know, a fist bump or something in the air, but whatever you do, just don't do that one.
We love the esports fist bump. I feel like that's a staple. Oh my, this montage is going to be a long one. I think mainly full of Indiana Tech, and deservedly so. They were creative in this game. They continued being just aggressive on the pressure. They had so many opportunities to just, you know, mess up, and they didn't. They stayed consistent across 5 minutes. Stop laughing at me.
No, I'm not laughing. I'm not laughing because it's at the end of the day, it was you know, a 3-1 series. Syracuse did collect a game, but in the games that they didn't win, it was clear that there was just a mismatch in styles right now. It, like, in my opinion, I think that Syracuse played better against Ball State. It was arguably not arguably, but is the better team than Indiana Tech right now. And sometimes it's just those transitive ball properties just don't mesh, and two teams are not the same, essentially. And that continues to be the case here.
Well, we're not done yet with today. We still have an interview to go and one final series. So you guys stay tuned, and we'll be right back with Collegiate Rocket League on the main Rocket League channel.
My mind is racing, I used to making sense of who I was. And when the opens, I dance with demons until the sun comes on. On the outside, I seem like it's all my way of having fun. Thinking this is just a part of me you love. It's not my night, but in your backseat, I'm gay enough to cry. So why do I even try to think that you get it? You say I'm dramatic, and you need a better use of time. It's alright if you're walking away.
Hello, welcome back, everybody, and we are back with Somber, coach for Indiana Tech, after a pretty interesting, because we had a game loss, but ultimately pretty dominant series, I would say, from Indiana Tech. Somber, how the boys feeling after that one?
We're feeling good. I mean, this one was definitely on our schedule as like a kind of must-win game for us if we're not able to take the teams like Syracuse, Wichita State, some other teams that we had marked early on. If we're not able to get those wins, then we're not playing the type of Rocket League that we need to be competitive in this top 16. So I'm glad that we got the win. I'm glad that we did it the way that we did.
Yeah, and you actually are the coach, but you're a recent coach. This is not like a beginning of the semester thing. You kind of slid on in. I believe your first time coaching, correct me if I'm wrong, was at the Tri-City Slam LAN event, which you guys played pretty well within. I mean, what has been, in your opinion, kind of your input into this team and how to kind of course correct as the season has gone on?
I mean, for a big chunk of it, I'm just kind of the vibes guy. They're all very quiet guys. They're not the type to, scream and pop off and fist bump. So I try to be as much energy as I can for them as well, just giving, obvious inputs into what I'm seeing in the game, what we're doing wrong, trying to just keep comms up, keep the vibe good, and make sure that they know we need to play our style of Rocket League. If we play tempo, play control, utilize our mechanics. Velo and Resh are probably two of the most mechanical players in CRL. If we can use that to our advantage and we're playing good and we're playing hot, they're able to grab some big wins. I mean, we have a pretty impressive resume with our wins, but the losses are just things that we couldn't put together. We've had some tech issues through some of them, and it is what it is at this point. But yeah, I mean, I came in pretty early semester. I did some NECC games with them, got through the second open qualifier, and then Tri-Cities was really where we all started to click. I think we had some growing pains to get through at that LAN too, that has led us to kind of start to find our identity late season here for CRL.
I mean, it's great to hear. You mentioned the losses, and I think that's really the main thing that we focus on, not just because obviously how important they are to your record, but 4 losses in Game 5. If you treat those like coin flips, I mean, such a different path that Indiana Tech could have walked, but do you feel like, therefore, your record is like kind of deceptive to most people trying to view Indiana Tech in terms of your guys' quality of being able to hang in this top tier of CRL?
Yeah, I mean, when I talk to people who may not be as tapped in and they're not watching games on side streams or whatever matches may be streamed by Velo or whatever it may be, they look at our losses and they're like, oh man, you guys racked up 8 losses. But to know how close a lot of those games are and where a lot of them, if we're just able to play an extra minute of how we played throughout the rest of the game, be able to hold leads, hold aggression through the full 5 minutes, those would be wins for us. And I think it is, like you said, it's kind of deceptive of where we're at. I think that we could be pushing for that auto lock spot if things go our way, but we're in the position we're in and we're just trying to make the best of it.
Yeah, and you had mentioned, you call out Velo and Resh are being some of the most mechanical players in CRL, which I would normally say is like, all right, stop glazing your team. But like, it's not inaccurate. You guys play like demons. You guys are super fast. Is that really something you guys try to focus on? Like, hey, we know you're great at just chasing down the ball and being as fast as possible. Just keep on doing that and kind of, I guess for Bluey, just kind of play off of that energy.
I think a lot of it is we want to play a lot more controlled. We want to use those mechanics. It's not necessarily playing like as fast as we possibly can. Resh always says to me, like, he knows that he's super mechanical. He knows that, he used to be a freestyler, but he doesn't want to use those mechanics to just try to shove solo plays down the other team's throat. He wants to use those to be a playmaker and be an enabler of Bluey and Velo, who are great shooters, and being able to kind of play off both Reshiram and Velo, playing mechanical, being able to get really good 50s, air dribble bumps, fake stuff like that, and enabling the other two to just have easy goals. A lot of it is just playing our tempo, whatever that may be, whether it's quick, whether it's much more patient. We kind of make those game time decisions, but I think at the end of the day, our goal is always just play the tempo that works for us, not get caught up in the speed of the lobby when we play these teams where we're punching up, and play for each other and use our mechanics the best that we can.
I mean, clearly it's working out so far, so wish you the best of luck with the rest of your schedule, Somber. Great to hear from you, and I want to hear from you on anyone you have a shout out for on broadcast before we let you get back to your team.
I mean, biggest shout out, of course, Indiana Tech, the full roster, Velo, Bluey, Resh, Jake and Bub behind the scenes. Absolutely loved meeting those guys at Tri-Cities, and I felt like a welcome member of the team the moment that I stepped in, so absolutely love them. Shout out to you guys on broadcast. You guys make all of this a really special part. We love listening into the predictions and the little banter before games, and making sure that we can go in and prove you guys wrong whenever we can, and all the side content as well that you guys do with Champs League and the CEP that goes on to keep everyone tapped in into what's going on in the community. Love that as well. And shout out my family. They're always big supporters of me. They're watching right now. So I absolutely love the support that I get from everyone, and them and my friends as well. Just big shout out to all the love that I get.
See, that's the first time we've ever said, hey, do you have any shout-outs? And you mentioned everyone possible that would be supporting you. Love to hear from you, Somber. Also, nice glasses. I believe we have the exact same pair on right now.
Yeah.
Good to see you. Have a good rest of your night, my man.
Thank you.
Well, you heard it from him. Yeah, that record is not accurate to him. They are demons, and my goodness, did they show it. 7 Chicks, I felt bad after a while. It was like watching cyberbullying and being helpless to stop it.
It was,
that
was rough.
That was not what I was hoping for a number of reasons. One, I didn't predict Indiana Tech to win that. Two, why is every Syracuse series like this? They get blown out of the water for like 2 games, and then you see them claw back, and it's like, ooh, close series, they're fighting, and then they get blown out the water again. The Syracuse squad has got some consistency issues that they absolutely need to figure out. And for Indiana Tech, I would say it's not inconsistency issues. As you heard from Somber, he said it himself. This is a team that has proven themselves to contend with the best that are out there, to take wins over some of the best that are out there. It is unfortunate they are now, I'm pretty sure, mathematically eliminated from playoffs, though. So sometimes getting your best competition out of the way early is great, because then you have the hardest tests early. Other times, Chicksa, it just means that you don't get a chance at playoffs.
No, and I think they mentioned a little bit they're fighting for seeding at this point, and LCQ seeding does matter a little bit at the end of the day where you end up placing, and if you may face a slightly easier opponent. I say slightly very lightly at this point. Does it really matter if you're 5th or 12th? Because I think the competition between that can almost be equal in that regard. But I did enjoy, hearing a lot from Somber and this Indiana Tech roster. I think they aren't all that meets the eye initially. So we'll see how they continue moving on forward this season. But if there's one team to watch during LCQ, it will be them.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what happens with Indiana Tech at this point. And yeah, like we stated, unfortunately for them, it's looking like they're mathematically eliminated. There's also a couple other results that we have actually had go on in the background while we've been here on stream. A reminder to everybody at home, these are not the only games that get played in CRL. We've got a whole league play system of a myriad of different games, including Winthrop. Winthrop have now found themselves at the very top of the table with an 8-3 overall record and a +13 differential. And just underneath them in 6th place, West Virginia, the other team that we're about to watch, has crept its way on up. Seb, they are finally starting to prove themselves to be of the upper echelon of CRL after maybe some questions if they were still there.
I'm still holding my breath, I think. They got some decent wins. They are looking better and better, but I think they still, personally to me anyway, have some ways to go before we can really see them, take the likes of Northwoods, of your St. Clairs, and especially your Winthrops. I think that the matchups that they have, I want to see more of. I want to see more consistency from them, but this is a great turnaround from them. That is the most important thing. Considering what we saw at the start of the season, almost all of us, we essentially wrote them off, but now we're starting to see them get warmed up, and it might just be at the perfect time.
Unfortunately for a couple other teams, their time has passed, to put it simply. We have our first 3 eliminated teams from playoffs here in Indiana Tech, Wichita State, and Syracuse, 2 of the teams that you just saw play, alongside Wichita State, which has let's say performed how we expected, Taco, but we were still hopeful that maybe this team would rise above said expectations.
It's tough because what you see out of Syracuse is exactly what you see from a lot of squads. They play really well in a certain game, or they eke out a victory of a game or 2 against a top team, but then can you actually maintain it? Rocket League is such a brutal esport, mainly because you can play 4 minutes and 59 seconds of flawless Rocket League, but if you miss a single aerial or you take a bad 50, that can cost the game. And CRL is full of moments like that, where you're playing against teams that it's like, I don't know if I have this read. Well, what's the worst that can happen? Oh, they double tapped it immediately. Like, it's just like so punishing. And I think Wichita State and Syracuse are in the brunt of that mainly. Indiana Tech, we saw them have good results, but all those game 5s come back to bite you. You heard it from Somber. They were just saying, yeah, I don't think it's accurate to us, but hey, we're going to fight for seeding, and we'll surprise everyone in the LCQ.
They still got a chance in the LCQ, but the two teams ahead of us are fighting for playoffs. It is Winthrop versus West Virginia time, and Winthrop, the #1 team in CRL right now. You can argue where you would probably put them on the power rankings list if you believe that they deserve that #1 spot, or should they be second, third, fourth, wherever you might place them. But as of this moment, they are the #1 team on the table going up against the #6 team on the table, and there's a little bit extra that comes into this one. Not only is this obviously a bit of a rivalry to find yourself a position in the playoffs, but it's two teams that have already played on the day and put up some impressive results. WVU, like we said, are now 6-4 due to a win over Indiana Tech, the team that we just saw, and a win over Baylor. That one is pretty significant considering Baylor, well, I don't really know where to place them right now, but it's definitely a high caliber team. On the other side, for Winthrop, though, they just took a win over Ball State, another middle of the pack to upper echelon team. So, Chicksa, things are getting spicy. This is two teams on a hot streak, but for one of them, it has to end.
Yeah, I gotta admit, it's interesting to find that West Virginia has kind of crept in, and we mentioned pretty deeply down the line of league play that we just saw. There's still possible for teams to sneak into that 4th spot. Winthrop pretty much secures themselves. I don't want to say 100%, but they really heavily secure themselves in the top 4 with this victory here. So there's a lot on the line if they can do just that. And West Virginia shakes things up a little bit more. We could see teams that have as many as 4 losses being in that top 4, which I don't think we've ever seen before.
It's been weird trying to digest the way that the top of the table looks right now. And it's still weird trying to digest all of the players that are currently in front of it. Yes, chat, that is Garrett G. That is Garrett G. That's T-Crow. That's Percy. These are the guys that you think that they are. And they've been playing for a minute now at this point. This is not a new squad. These guys were here last semester as well. The question has always kind of been, though, how high can they climb? And I would state, Taco, this is the highest they have climbed so far. They finished 2nd overall in our last semester. It was an incredibly impressive result, but I think there's something different about this semester where it's no longer how far can they go? It's, okay, you found yourself at the mountaintop. How much further can you even ascend? Is it possible to get further up the ladder?
Idea you can, because they came in 2nd. That is not where any of them expected to be. They thought this would be a kind of easy walk-in. Yeah, we're great. Percy's the best player in CRL. Garrett G is such a good IGL. T-Crow, obviously no slouch in his own RLCS or just competitive record. Even with the CRL, he's got a couple national championships. So looking through all that, yeah, it is kind of brutal to see. And then this semester, I mean, publicly, Garrett G was in my chat talking with Speed. They were like, hey, how's scrimming going? He's like, I'm not really scrimming that much. They lose their first series, or one of their first series gets Akron Gold, and immediately start saying, yeah, we need to start scrimming. We need to actually step it up. And I think you can see this season, they've got a couple losses. They're done with that nonsense. They got a win over Baylor off stream, and now they're looking to continue it. I don't blame them. There are no gimme series anymore.
I mean, it does help when you have Percy on the roster here. Percy, I would say one of 2 candidates for MVP in our last semester. It was really between him and Arju, and depending on the person that you spoke to, depended on which way that you swayed in said argument here. This is an incredibly capable team, and the problem becomes, though, is that they're going up against the WVU, who has been a kryptonite for many a capable teams before. Seb, do you think, though, that the kryptonite's going to win out here today? Winthrop, like we said, at the very top of the table. I need to hear from you, though. Do you think they remain there after this series?
The one defense that I will give WVU in this is that CRL is full of a lot of weird matchups. You have 16 different teams full of a different amount of RLCS players. Some have made main events, some have made top 4, and you get a wide variety of playstyles. I don't fault WVU tremendously because you have to, play a bunch of these different teams. You are going to falter at some case, like Winthrop did. However, I think if there is one thing to say about this series is that this is an RLCS team versus an RLCS team through and through. And in that, if I have to compare both the RLCS teams, I'm taking the one with the currently better form Percy on it. I think this is a Winthrop that has continued to showcase why they are the best in CRL currently, and why WVU, despite the resurgent form, are still going to have a tough time against these top teams.
It's difficult, especially when you look at the way that the two teams are playing and what their current involvement in the professional circuit is. And Gyro is not, hidden this. He's not really playing the professional circuit right now. This guy's just kind of having some fun with it, probably focusing on his studies as well, because it's been a common theme. We hear the players get in and they go, yeah, I can make CRL work and homework and all of my classes and all of the extracurriculars and all of that. And then like a semester and they go, boy, this school got hands. They know how to make me busy. And it is just the same thing over and over and over again. So, Seb, I'm going to throw it right back to you, though, my my guy, because as much as you say that you have a belief in one team or another way, are you willing to predict them to win this series?
I gotta go Winthrop for this one. Only because as much as I would like to go WVU, I swear there is no other team that has broken my heart more. I'm sorry, Gyro, I love you, but every single time I predict WVU to do well, I end up really hurting for it. So yes, it's gonna have to be Winthrop for this one. They look better, they're playing a bit more consistently, and I have to believe that while WVU is ready for the top, I don't think they're quite at Winthrop's level yet.
Daco, you agree with that?
In our weekly counseling with Gyro, I've said I need to trust you more because I've been hurt too many times by you guys because I agree with Seb. Like, WVU is a team that you're like, on paper, this is so elite, but then you watch them play and you're like, why are you 4-4? Luckily today, they are now elevated beyond that and are challenging for that top 4. But for right now, Winthrop just got to 3 over Baylor. They're looking elite. I was texting a little bit with T. Corral, and he was saying, yeah, we're super psyched. This is a big series. We're looking to pop off for you guys. So I have belief that they'll do that today to close out the broadcast.
Jigsaw, that's 2 out of the 2 so far. Are we making it 3 for 3?
I am making it 3 for 3. I do think Winthrop is been doing. don't put me in that situation. But I really do enjoy watching Winthrop play. I do think they have stumbled, of course, like we mentioned against Akron Gold, and they have more or less, but this season has been unlike any other we've seen before. And they have been doing the best, I think. Speaking of currently, WVU wins over Indiana Tech, Ball State, very good, but I don't know if it's good enough for Winthrop.
Well, unfortunately for WVU, Novanta is not on today's show, nor is Boris, so they are not going to have their hyper fanboys change the sweep here on the desk. We're going 4 for 4 on Winthrop, which, look, I'll be real here. You guys have made the points about Winthrop, and I agree with them across the board. The only problem is this has happened to WVU so many times, where they get unanimously voted against and then have the upset of the season, which is crazy to state because in times past, this would be upset of the season. To take down Winthrop, even as a well-ranked team, you would probably expect that. It couldn't even scratch the surface of the greatest upsets we have seen this season at this point. So it would just be another result at this point, but I still do believe it is Winthrop who are going to come out on top. Again, the WVU form that we've seen recently is good, but I still don't know if it's great. I think there's a level here that Winthrop have finally unlocked. And like we said, how far can you climb up the ladder? How much further can you ascend? This may not be their peak at this point, but they have ascended further than many another team in the CRL space right now. I've got faith in them to take this one home, and I have to imagine that WVU is probably recognizing themselves as underdogs even coming into this series. But it is our final series of the day. We've got one last battle here. West Virginia versus Winthrop. Both teams hunting for playoffs, and both teams need this win. Let's get it started. Our final series of the day starts right now.
2 teams undefeated on the day and 2 of the best rosters on paper that we have in CRL. But, of course, series are not won on paper. They're earned in the digital arena. It's the marquee match of CRL Sunday. Mountaineers, Eagles, Chicksa, let's get it.
You know, most people may have not been excited for this matchup when we started off today, but they better be excited now. These 2 amped up the stakes that much more as the show was going on, and that's just how crazy this season truly has been. And just like that, WVU amped up the stakes in the first 2 seconds.
That's right off the practice ground, and that's why you do online free play, so you can practice some kickoffs. Perfectly timed, Cosmic and Gyro with a combination. Winthrop immediately put on notice.
I think shocking doesn't even say enough at this point. Already a demo off of kickoff. T. Corral off the corner looking to get that goal back for Winthrop that much quicker, but a great clear out. Matt shot wide, and for now it's just pressure. Does get a demo. Gyro, I think, caught a little off guard. Garrett G chasing him. The pass over to T. Corral just too hard, maybe not as well communicated. Both these teams from the 0-second mark need to be 100%, 110% fully focused.
Yeah, like he had that extra 10% because I was going to call you on that. I'm like, I think they need even more than 100% sometimes in some of these games. It can be some narrow margins, and Cosmic certainly knows that. Formerly one of the best that NA had to offer in the 1v1 arena. He's trying to show off his skills. Maybe on a pre-jump with Gyro will only get it clear, but at the very least, I think possession will be coming out of premium in this series.
I think it's just crazy to see, as this is our 4th series of the day, the speed difference in the way these teams are playing and predicting one another before the play even happens. You're getting pre-jumps, you're getting well done mechanics, you're having boost, and you're seeing all the little things that make them at the top of current league play standings and the top talent in CRL that has to offer. So as we continue through this one, I'm curious to see how both will adapt to one another. Someone's going to have to make a move again, or we'll just stay at 1-0, but I highly doubt that's going to happen. This one off the post. What a save by Cosmic!
Honestly, a lot of times we say, well, you got to get through all three players. That one they actually did, because somehow that is going to be saved by the very last line of defense. Cosmic getting that save away, and Winthrop's got to be shaking their head, but they have to be able to keep their head high as well, because still a lot of game to play, despite Garrett looking a little desperate, chasing down that read, not able to get it. But how about Percy on the back end? Matt tried to trail up, but Gyro had it read the whole way through. Now he's upfield looking for a skim, high touch, maybe leave it to Cosmic, beat past on the near side, bounce middle, and Percy somehow getting that bounce read.
Now, I gotta say, I know we've only watched these teams for just over 2 minutes now, but Cosmic is oozing confidence. I think it's just the aura at this point, but you gotta see the way his car moves has been quite interesting to watch. He is jumping confidently and ready for these plays, and that just brings a whole different scenario. What a pinch by Percy. Even gets the follow-up out to Garrett G, who has some boost, plays it off the corner, gets an extra touch, and still puts on more. Saved here by Matt, and Cosmic able to send it a little bit away with that 50, but only with a little bit of support from his teammate.
And right now you can see Winthrop starting to knock on that door despite only having 4 shots. In fact, both teams only registering 4 shots, just showing how much of this is competing in the midfield. But there might be a little bit of a breakaway. If Percy's not careful, he's going to hand that one off to Garrett. He's going to clatter into his post, and with a demo downfield, there's no help from T. Corral available. Cosmic's going to dunk and immediately try to challenge this one, just going for bumps at this point, as it's almost in the realm of clock management for WVU to close this out this game 1.
T. Corral jumping for this one. All 3 players of Winthrop in the same corner. That shot even arguably on target, but it is 50 away. Gyro opportunity shot saved away by Percy. Follow up here for Cosmic, keeps it to himself off the backboard, gets a bump, but can't do much more than that. Matt will have to retreat. Nice touch off the corner. Difficult red. One-on-one with Garrett G. Just takes it underneath and to the right, and Matt wins the 1v1.
Matt had the Garrett G brain in his hands. He's like, you don't know what I'm doing, so I'm just going to fake you out. And with a little bit of a side wave dash to secure that finish. That is ice cold from Matt, knowing this game was still in the balance, but a little bit of insurance goes a long way against a team as confident as Winthrop. Cosmic also trying to kickstart things with a decent flick. Percy on no boost already in a sticky situation.
I think this is some of the best play that we've ever seen out of WVU, especially so early on in the series. I think we can tell, and the audience can tell, that they've all played games today. They look as if they've been warm, and they've been continuing to play as best as possible. I mean, between the two, only WVU, I think, has dropped a single game between their 2 series. And of course, Winthrop has also swept, so they are just confident is definitely the biggest word, and you're seeing that with each movement. As time's ticking down, of course, Winthrop on the back foot. They need 2 goals in order to tie up this one, and they do not have enough time remaining, I think, at this point to make up that gap.
Yeah, you need 2 goals, but you also need 3 players on the field to effectively rotate around. And right now, it seems like there's just a demolition derby. I think it's 3 in just the past about 15 seconds, as Matt was even going to the goal trying to get T. Corral. He will not be successful. Winthrop, they can barely fight for this game because right now they're just fighting for their lives. This attack is still going. Cosmic is still aggressing as this clock ticks on down. I think it's a little too late for Winthrop to claw back in game number 1. West Virginia, what a showing to kick us off on the final series of the day.
Yeah, just an impressive performance from the get-go off kickoff, and they held that momentum. I mentioned a lot about Cosmic's movements, the way he's just affecting the field. He's being confident up until the last second, where he's still challenging when they have that buffer goal, limiting opportunities for Winthrop. Just a total of 4 shots for them, which I'm sure is much lower than their average across this season. 10 for West Virginia, though. They had that pressure upfield. It showed across the entire entire team as they were able to affect that. Well done by WVU.
Yeah, I think that very first goal, 4 seconds and off the kickoff, it kind of just like is the foreshadowing of, oh, this is not the usual WVU that we're used to watching, because we had talked to Cosmic. He's been in chats when we've been doing power rankings or just in different streams around the scene. Whenever we ask him, like, hey, how are the boys feeling? He's like, we're not really clicking right now. They look like they are on the same wavelength to the point of it's like a hive mind. They were pre-jumping everything. They're on top of rotations. They're not doubling. They're getting saves even when they're all triple committing. Like that goal line save Cosmic was able to muster up earlier. If they can keep this up, this is a dangerous, dangerous team. I'm sure Winthrop kind of taking a breath a little bit, leaning back in their chairs and saying, okay, we got to figure out something, because that was looking a little sloppy. Forbidden Temple is a chance for them to maybe course correct and play like the Winthrop that we're expecting, the #1 team in league play as of right now.
Yeah, I said there may be a team in the top 4 that has 4 losses, which we've never seen before, and they are proving a point where they may be that team with 4 losses that ends up sneaking on through if they finish out their season. Winthrop equally as much. If they drop this one and still win out the rest of them, they're at 4 losses. It's just wild to me that we truly don't have an undefeated team or a true #1 at this point in the season. You can argue as much as you may, but nobody is truly at that top spot right now.
No, and no one is guaranteed, as you mentioned. So many teams in the top 4. We even did a retrospective a couple days ago of just looking back at all of the different games that we've seen across CRL history. We've never seen this many teams with this many losses in the top 4, but it just shows you got to earn everything. WVU coming in nailing even record at the start of the day, and now has a chance to go 7-4, 3 wins, and they got to earn it on the goal line yet again, saved off the post and out.
Great rotations by Matt and Gyro, who have limited boost but still impact the field. Take some time, just end up playing this upfield. Matt trying to put that angle through, but Percy is in the way, preventing it. Cosmic taking time. Flick here, even again low on boost, managing to impact the play at field. Challenge here. Matt can't get to it. Just like that, cleared away in space for Winthrop upfield.
Cosmic ever going to be trustworthy on those 50s, but also knows when someone's going to chow and when he's not going to. No boost, but he'll stay at least close by it. T. Corral going to get 50 into oblivion. Garrett also read by Gyro upfield. No real pressure, but another 50, I'm sure, cooking up that Percy did not quite read in time. All that leads, though, to Garrett. Wide open, flip reset, can't beat out Cosmic. And on the follow through, able to just have T. Corral smack that forward for his own follow.
Gotta admit, I know the pros and all these players didn't need the flip reset, but I think it's pretty satisfying for us to watch when they collect one. Just shows how consistent they can be. Beautiful pass from Matt down to Cosmic, and Cosmic placing that high enough as T. Corral falls from the backboard.
And one adjustment, he was coming from basically the back corner. That was not a lateral move. He basically had to go diagonal and then keep flicking that with power to beat out the defender. Excellent job again from WVU. They're continuing to cook it off kickoff. If not for T. Corral, could have gotten even worse. Matt will not be beaten as the 3rd man. WVU trying to click and trying to really keep on this pressure, setting up camp in the Winthrop half.
I gotta admit, I'm not liking our sweep desk prediction. I feel like we're going to be a meme if this continues. With how well WVU is playing, they're on a whole nother level today. One that we've seen out of them in the past. We've asked if they could recreate, and sometimes they just haven't. They've disappointed us, to be frank. I think we talked a little bit about it. They just haven't been as on in the past, but today they're looking quite good, and this pass to Percy up the backboard isn't as good as what's needed. Winthrop still struggling to score. T. Corral up on this one. Garrett G, some boost, sneaks it in, but Matt saves it at the goal line.
Excellent job by Matt, and even better because he's got the counter attack Gyro was looking for, and Garrett has to really size that one up just to make sure it is wide, although that's really all he's going to be able to do. Limited boosts have really been something that Winthrop has struggled with because WVU is playing for sheer pace, and if you're not expending your tank to keep up, then Winthrop might get left behind. They also have to keep in mind that, yes, you do need to panic a little bit, but not too much. Just one goal equalizes things, and who knows when it can come to fruition. Maybe right here from T trying to kickstart things, but with only so much in the tank, just has to lob it high and hope for the best.
Yeah, I echo that let's not be too hasty with things. We've seen teams even score at the 0-second mark with extended play. to tie up games. They have to be careful. I think ultimately letting a goal go in is much more to their detriment than taking more time to score one themselves. A double commit there between two. T. Carell a little off his footing, but still manages to jump and get the save that's needed. Low on boost, other than Garrett G, who does take over and get the clear out of field. But right now, boost, recollection, they have to collect their thoughts and try again, as Winthrop has struggled to get upfield.
Excellent touch by Gyro. Gyro's locked in. I mean, you'd mentioned that they definitely looked warmed up, but every touch is clean. All their pass-throughs are solid, and honestly, also just their field awareness. Look at Cosmic, how many times he's fake challenge, forced Winthrop to dive in, use a flip, and then be able to then set up for the follow-through. Gyro's also trying to spike it through on his own, but Percy's able to intercept as we enter the final minute checks of game 2, and still Winthrop really desperately searching. Only 5 shots. This is trying to be a 6 as the charm, and yet Matt is still there to swipe it away.
Good patience out of Gyro. Almost looked like he was going to commit, stayed in net and save that one. Percy off the ceiling, though, looking for some heroics. T. Carell with the demo may give some extra time, but he's just a little too far through. Slow to this one. Gyro pokes it out away fast enough, and Cosmic extends upfield even again on limited boost. 10 seconds left on the clock. Cosmic and the rest of WVU still pushing pressure. Can Percy extend this one upfield and get it up the wall? It is here with 0 seconds left on the clock. Matt trying to send it down, wins it on that 50. WVU up in this series in 2-0 fashion.
This is the moment where all the analysts collectively gulp and say, uh-oh, because this is not looking great for our prediction. But hey, Winthrop has win in the name. You have to go with them. Or also because they're the #1 team in league play. And right now, it is not looking great. You can look at the scoreline and say, well, these aren't blowouts. But I would say in terms of play style, I would disagree, Chicksa. West Virginia has looked in control despite the goal line saves. They never really look that panicked. And I think Winthrop right now, that's their biggest concern. How do we kind of make this team falter?
Yeah, I keep wanting to compliment each individual player on WVU because I truly think it's some of the best we've seen out of them each individually. Matt's making such patient decisions, not rushing things, solid with his mechanics and where he needs to be. The field awareness of Cosmic and taking time and patience and still following up on plays to be that nuisance figure upfield. And Gyro, always so solid, well thought out. I think just has a ton of experience behind him. Probably similar to that of Garrett G, and that in professional play, that he is calm, cool, and collected, and you're seeing those decisions and melding his teammates together when he needs to. Winthrop has just not figured out how to pop off. No one's had the hot hand yet. We've called out Percy before in the past as being someone who could be MVP potential. I haven't seen enough out of Percy today. Someone needs to step up, or else they are about to get swept being at the #1 seed.
Yeah, Angel, former starter for WVU in prior semesters, now turned coach. He's got the boys dialed in. One thing I like about it is that they're playing fast, but it's not disorganized. It's not like chickens with their head cut off, just rushing around on the ball. Everyone's playing a role. They're following through on demos, and most importantly, controlling the boost and the mechanics. How about a backboard? Not going to find it, Gyro. Easy put back up until Garrett had his say.
A wonderful save, but that's of course not the scenario that they want to be in right now. Unfortunately, Cosmic out of boost, can't make more on that play. This one pops out. Gyro, great recovery to come back to that ball and allow it to be saved. Granted, Matt still has a difficult 50 to get through, and he does get through 2 even at that, and a 3rd even needed by Percy, who tries to come back, attack this one. Garrett G shot on target, but saved away yet again.
Percy liked the laydown, but Cosmic saw it coming. Nice to jump in right at the last moment as another 50 will ricochet around. Another chance for Winthrop. 2 players going at it, but maybe just to try to sow some chaos. Matt doesn't seem really too concerned about it. Neither does Cosmic. Another combination that'll just lob softly into the midfield, and the pressure will be maintained. Matt, I'm noticing even WVU, they're not even fully rotating sometimes. They will half rotate just to keep pressure going. That's how confident they are in their movement.
And off the sidewall, a great challenge. We'll get a follow-up touch here and even steals that boost. More of a nuisance. Double commit by the likes of Winthrop, but Percy has a nice clear up field. Cosmic difficult touch. Tigreal looking for a bump on Matt, doesn't find contact. This one just too far away. Garrett G waiting for the pass, can't find one. Tries to get to that ball, but again, beat out by the force of WVU for that clear.
Yeah, the force is a great way to describe how WVU are playing right now, especially because they seem to be blowing by all these challenges and obstacles. Maybe not all of them, as T-Corral will at least get a well-won read, and Garrett showing that experience, not going to challenge that first one. Now flicking it deep, trying to catch up to it, but that bump did a lot of damage. Gyro will eventually get that clear for Percy, only to lay down his life to get another shot downfield.
Matt, a great touch, extends it past one, but Garrett up now. Didn't get a flip, but does get a second 50. Cosmic last back, 0 boost, only manages 150. This one dangerous across, but a nice clear yet again by Matt, who goes for that 50. Gyro picks this one up. T-Corral up early, challenges and puts it into the corner. Cosmic there, but unfortunately that touch goes into his teammate. But look at Matt to rotate through and save that play that could have been detrimental.
Percy, high lob, maybe a pass down. He's gonna go for a triple tap with a reset. Somehow, Cosmic saves it into his own bar. T-Corral can't read it, and honestly, I don't blame him. Nobody can, as WVU keeps the goal line cleared through miracle saves.
I don't know how that was out, and yet still continues to be out. These are some of the best attempts we've seen from Winthrop all series long, and yet still they aren't rewarded. This one dropping dangerously in front of net. T-Corral doesn't find the angle, and Gyro up early out of boost does touch this one over to Percy. Quick shot, Cosmic there again. T-Corral taking this off the ceiling, trying to play fast with it, finds this 50, but Cosmic in there, and look how far he extends that touch forward to relieve the pressure.
And honestly, that was the best stint of offense we've seen from Winthrop, and yet it still didn't yield any results. It's got to hurt, but that's why you have to have a tough mental, especially a short memory, because you got to build up for the next one. T-Corral left alone. He has to buy some time and does so superbly. That's going to get past Cosmic, as he will therefore hand it off to Percy, who will also get torched. As it seems like Winthrop has enough to get forward, but they use all their boost on the recovery, and then when they get into offense, it's kind of just dish and then rotate back out.
Yeah, Gyro quickly contesting Garrett G's touch and stays to pop this one up. Touch here by Cosmic. It goes a little too wide past the goal line. So Matt sends us all the way back, steals all that boost, and takes his time off the ceiling. 51 by T-Corral, still 0-0 scoreline with 40 seconds left on the clock. Cosmic mounting a quick shot after that ball bounced down, and Percy now opportunity. Clears of field, chases this one, but Matt collects it first.
T, nice 50. A lot of commotion as Cosmic will actually beat Percy. He was going full in on that read. And Garrett's trying to make sure nothing bad happens on the deflection. It will go from east to west across the field, but ultimately Percy can only get so much of a clear. T needs a save and just barely gets a pixel on that.
Cosmic up with just enough boost to touch this one. Matt there, Gyro waiting patiently in midfield. Matt trying to do something, but Garrett G did indeed get the 50 needed, bouncing dangerously in front of net. Garrett going for a bump, but this huge clear up field off all the walls. Great read by Percy. That will touch, and we see overtime scoreless.
Well, not often something you hear about Winthrop trying to keep the reverse sweep hopes alive to be able to take this series, but WU knows this is huge for head-to-head, but more importantly for that differential and also bragging rights, which you all know high-level players love to be able to flaunt over each other. Cosmic wants that boost steal at the very least, but that's one thing he will not get.
Gyro, Matt, both trying off the corner. Can't do much than that, as T-Corral's out of boost. Garrett G, though, has boost to work with, but gets bumped away. Gyro now, off the corner. Again contested. A great touch by Percy, who comes out of vision. Percy trying to get the flick past Cosmic and doesn't get enough contact. Matt, quick shot, saved away. Just like that, we continue overtime.
And we'll see Garrett go up quickly to meet Gyro, and well met as that challenge needed to happen. But now, who's going to mark that pass middle? Cosmic's lurking, and yet a pinch from Matt will not find him, but it does keep the attack at least a little bit interesting despite a bump. Cosmic's off the ceiling. He might even have a flip. He's not going to use it if that was in the back pocket. WU searching, but definitely the best we've seen defensively as well from Winthrop. They're holding up better and just trying to build up that barrier and waiting for the springboard to launch on forward.
I think the biggest thing is challenges so far are going more the way of WVU. So if one time the car's in position correctly for the likes of Winthrop, WV wins that challenge, that could be the end-all, be-all. Gyro past one, bumped away though. Percy just gets past far enough, and Garrett unfortunately didn't get the pinch that he wanted, but does get a little bit of a doink upfield. Matt has full time, full boost, will start the air dribble up, get past one, but Percy to put it into the corner, and that stops that attack again.
Garrett trying to hold on to his momentum because that's really all he had. No more boost, which means Percy and T. Corell got to clean up from here. T turns around, no challenge, a lot of commotion in front of him, but he'll save it for this touch, which Percy will have to hand off to Garrett instead. 2 minutes into OT, and really no one closer to being able to actually crown a winner here. Trying to avoid another sweep. I know Winthrop is desperately trying to, but W not making it easy as Gyro fakes past one, but no pass middle available.
Yeah, I gotta say, if any team's gonna lose at this point, game differential is going to matter. The top 4 right now, I think between 2 games, and that differential is very tight. And with how much teams keep losing, winning, back and forth, upsetting, they need every game when it matters. So for now, WVU winning in a sweep, certainly gonna propel them forward. Winthrop, gonna hurt real bad. They're not able to even take a game in this series. But we continue on in overtime as both these teams are trying to find an opening, a single mistake to happen, and yet neither team has really occurred a big enough mistake to matter.
Well, you can hear the comms in action almost just from how players are leaving the ball. Kind of like Percy, let's say, how about dishes it down, gets a reset off the ceiling and a double, but no one actually wants to bite on that one. Garrett will turn out and allow T to move on forward. Minimal damage, but can't say the same about this pass to Gyro. Double tap from the board, Percy! How do you pull that off?
You gotta say, he's been MVP performance before, and that's just as much with saves than with goals. T. Corell now trying to make matters upfield. Percy's shot saved by Cosmic, and still T just doing his best to stall. Matt wins this 50. Garrett G, T. Corell both demoed, and Percy is last back and has to buy time as they respawn. Back with 2 teammates he is, and somehow that one did not fall the way of WVU, even if that's the best opportunity we've seen across overtime.
Well, you know what they say, 15th time isn't the charm, though, for West Virginia, as they have tried their best to everybody on 5 shots, and now Winthrop on minimal defenders. Matt gets it past, but well off target. Garrett G is just going to try to throw it as far as possible to the far side, and Percy will gladly take another clear. You have to think outside the box at this point, Chicksa. Really, all the conventional strategies aren't working. It's going to have to take a bit of magic or, even worse, a tragic mistake. No one wants to make it, though. Percy trying to force one. T. Corell lurking in the corner. Flip reset on the catch. You will not fool Cosmic with that.
A commit by Garrett as well. Percy luckily comes through just as fast behind, keeps this one close. He manages to find the 50, and this one rolls sidewall. T. Corell off the ceiling, gets the extra flip because of it. Doesn't find contact though on this one. Garrett G towards the back wall, and Gyro there again, perfectly placed to win those 50s and take time, steal some boost, needs to be contested, and keeps drawing in the defense, but this one bounces just a little bit too far. Off the backboard of WVU.
Percy, I like that lead. Problem is someone's got to touch it, and that's a lot of misses in a row. Cosmic uncontested, tries to slow it down, and definitely is going to want that one back. That's a golden opportunity as we played an extra game of Rocket League here. Second time this actually happened on stream with 2 5+ minute OTs, and again, it just keeps on winding around and around, but you can tell things are getting more chaotic. The reads are getting more desperate. Percy, last minute adjustment to get that one away, and T. Corell is going to get a free catch, but not much else.
This is where the endurance kicks in. It's odd for games to be longer than, 7-ish minutes for Rocket League. When they get into this is where your vision and your patience and everything starts to slip. Things start to blur together. You're moving faster than your fingers can even really process with your brain, and everything starts to fall apart. This is where you often see mistakes instead of phenomenal opportunities that come about. So it's interesting to note what may truly happen, what might be atrocious, as we mentioned, or it could be really solid. But again, I think frustration right now for Winthrop, probably more so than WVU, is occurring. They haven't been able to lead really in this series. They haven't done what's needed. WVU, again, knocking on the door, has continued to prove that they are just too difficult to be against. And Cosmic into the corner. We go again with more opportunities.
I'd have to think these players, their shirts, their jerseys that they're wearing, it's more sweat than cloth at this point, I'd have to think, because this is ridiculously fast gameplay. And you could say it's a bit unorganized, but you kind of have to. You're playing off half instinct and half faith that you're going to get that read forward and trust your teammates can dish something to you, kind of like with a demo. And Gyro with a catch. Percy knows where that was going. He's going to slowly escort that one to the corner and then back into midfield.
The sidewall read by Cosmic. Garrett there takes it up, but Cosmic sends it towards the other corner. See Corell sends it forward. Matt waiting there. 15 goes underneath. This one still deflected at the goal line and touched away by Gyro. Matt going up against Garrett G, but Garrett does indeed take it from the sidewall. It takes time, just puts a shot on target. Easily saved by Gyro, but Percy, good follow through. And Winthrop, some extended time on offense. Percy, again, off center field, but a quick touch sends this back into WVU's hands.
Garrett, solid 50 to hold things up, and that's saying something when you're going up against the ones professional in Cosmic. However, Gyro is lurking as the third layer. It's hard to get this ball off of WVU, especially when they're trying to play for the small ball. No 50 is going to work out, and no Percy to be had on the field. Gyro again trying to flex his mechs. He's been doing that all series long, and yet Winthrop seems to have his number as we're approaching unbelievably 10 minutes of overtime played here in Game 3.
I know, I think my vision's blurring likely as much as they are. I know I need to talk about the game, but at the same time I want to spectate because I know something's going to happen. It has to happen. This game needs to end at one point or another. Gyro shot underneath, the follow through from Matt initially, and WVU sweep #1 seeded Winthrop.
Oh, that's so brutal. Garrett pre-flips before he needed to. I think he was in his own head. He didn't know what way to predict, and unfortunately, it goes right on top of the captain's head. West Virginia, how about that for a statement? 3-0 sweep over Winthrop. The Mountaineers, they're so back.
Oh my goodness. That meme of us, totally gonna be made. That's okay though. That was incredible of a series. I mean, shout out Cosmic's background too. That's a sick backdrop in the camera. Ooh. But I mean, they are just chill. They are calm. They are confident. That is some of the best play that I've seen out of WVU in quite some time. We talked about how many times they could have been, should have been, were ranked #1 on pre-predictions, fell drastically, and now here they are sitting 7-4 after starting 4-4 today. And now Winthrop also sitting at 7-4 in a drastic change of events.
I mean, I would say it's pretty drastic. Being able to get 3 wins on the day is huge, especially because we know how drastic that is. Like in other league play formats too, yeah, getting 1 or 2 wins, that's pretty good. But like, we are seeing teams jump up so many segments on the leaderboard simply just because everyone is that close. I mean, the difference between 1st and 4th is infinitesimally small. So getting 3 wins in one day immediately propels you up. And it's kind of like first place is like hot potato. You get it for like 1 week and then you lose 1 series and suddenly you're like, wait, we're 3rd? Like, how did that happen? So poor Winthrop, they had it for, I don't know, about 20 minutes after that 1 win. They just recorded over Baylor, and then they're right back down. So West Virginia definitely looking lethal. And I would say, much like Indiana Tech, you have to look at both halves of the season. It's one thing to start off cold. If they can play like this the rest of the season, I don't know, man. Like, good luck to anyone else in their path.
Yeah, I truly do not know where this WVU came out of, like in such convincing fashion too. We talk about upsets and happening, but a 3-0 sweep against Winthrop is certainly something that I wouldn't have predicted. Did I think it was going to go likely Game 4, Game 5? Yes. With how hot both of these teams were today, yeah. But the fact that it went in 3, I think is out of the realm of understanding for me. Truly, maybe the desk will better understand. Why don't we bring back in Bass and Seb, and maybe they can make the world of CRL league play more understandable.
No. I got nothing
Dang.
for that one. I'm gonna be real with you. Not only was that not the back and forth we anticipated, I don't know if you guys noticed, that was a perfect sweep. They didn't give up a goal. That was a perfect sweep against Winthrop. Again, the team that we said was at the very top of the table coming into this one. Seb, I mean, you and I in the background were trying to digest this, trying to figure out, is this Winthrop looking off? Is this WVU that are finally on fire? And I don't know if you came to a conclusion, but I'm still a little bit curious and a little bit confused by what we just witnessed.
I think this is the purest case of we had the caster curse. Which,
yeah, we did that.
Thanks,
Yep.
Desk. Appreciate that. I mean, you were pointing at Garrett a lot. There was times where you know, our boy looked a little sleepy. I don't know how many times. You could probably count on one hand how many times he's been perfect swept in his career, but that was not, I think, a Garrett G that we're used to seeing. This was also, I think, WVU firing on all cylinders. We saw Gyro make fantastic plays. It's not as if Percy wasn't involved. We saw a fantastic save out of him. I believe it was in game 2 when Gyro was going for a double tap and Percy was the last man back. But this is a case of WVU peaking at the perfect time and just completely throwing your predictions out the window. So everyone have a good luck making your rankings, because this next week's going to be fun.
Yeah.
I don't want to do it, man. I don't want to have to stand up there and admit that my rankings were not only wrong, but that I don't even know what the rankings should look like at this point. It makes no sense, honestly. And the parity that we are seeing at this point, as much as it is painful for us to try to rank and digest, I mean, Taco, it is also made for arguably the most entertaining season of CRL we've ever had.
Yeah, we say this every season, like, oh yeah, CRL's so fun, but like we kind of had to swallow the fact it's like it's not really like all the teams are truly in competition. Every team in this league is capable of beating any other team, and honestly, you're asking players like honestly even in the top 20. I mean, you say Ball State, they were saying earlier in the interview, Oath was like, yeah, I mean, we played really well in NACE, and they beat Winthrop. They were able to beat like St. Clair, but then they lost to Bruton Parker, which is a team that's in the LCQ race right now. So any team can beat anyone. I do like to see that, but it also just shows that you never really can predict it. Bass, we both submitted PRs, and we also asked other players in the league. We had Too Fast, Sierra Legend get some rankings. We all kind of collectively said, I don't know about WVU. And then Barist on St. Clair Gold was like, nah, they're fourth in the nation, in my opinion. What does he know? What leaks did he get? Because that was the WVU he was predicting as fourth in the nation. Unreal performance.
I fed him my ranking.
I don't have words to describe the series, so maybe one of the players can do us a favor and do that instead. We've got Gyro on the line here for our interview for our final series of the day. Gyro, it's always good to talk to you about how we feeling after that win.
Feeling great. I mean, we had a triple header today, and
We saw?
Yeah, won all of them, lost one game today, so feeling pretty good.
I'm just now realizing how dominant that is. Not only, yeah, you guys went 9-1 in games. Did you realize that you guys just perfect swept Winthrop? You didn't give up a goal against them.
Yeah, no, after the match, Matt was like, wait, did we score? Like, did we concede a goal? I was like, no, I think we actually perfect swept. I was like, oh, yeah, we perfect swept Winthrop. Like, that's crazy. That was good.
Yeah, it's looking good might be an understatement at this point, my guy. You have been just continually accelerating up since the beginning of the semester, but the last time we actually spoke to you guys as a team, you said it was a little shaky. There were some things you wanted to iron out. There were some improvements you wanted to make. How are you feeling now in comparison? Because I don't want to say it's cruise control quite yet, but it does kind of feel like you guys have found your form, and it's just kind of, going business as usual from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of talks together as a team because it was not working. We tried like 3 different play styles and shifting things, and I don't know, we had a talk maybe like a week and a half ago, and I think since then like everything's been clicking and we know like how we want to play. Everything works, and not giving anything away, but I think hopefully we've figured it out and we're gonna keep going strong.
I mean, you guys look strong, and again, not to poke and prod too much about the differences and the adaptations you've made, but you've had some different rosters at WVU, including without Cosmic. Now the addition of him, how does it feel versus previous rosters? Obviously, like I said, you don't have to give me all the details about what makes Cosmic work so well in this team, but just a couple of notes would be great.
Cosmic just individually like amazing player, smart player. I mean, got a great ones background, so he really knows how to like control the ball and keep pressure, stuff like that. I mean, honestly, just like I think we have like 3 of like the best players in CRL, so I'm just happy with the team that we have, and I'm glad that we can show it now.
I'm not going to disagree, man. We've been hyping you guys up as individuals. We've been hyping you up as a team. I'm glad to see the results starting to come together. And it's a bit different than usual because normally when we talk, you're competing in CRL and RLCS. You announced that you're taking some time off of RLCS, focusing a little bit more on CRL. What's it been like in comparison to have CRL being, quote unquote, your like primary league right now that you're focusing on the most?
I mean, I'm still playing RLCS, but it's more like for content and stuff.
Yeah.
I guess the only difference is now I don't really have to switch playstyles between teams. It's a little bit easier for me to just focus on collegiate and just do whatever I want in the content runs. And I mean, it's been better. I've had a lot more time with school, like taking a lot of time and everything. So it's pretty happy. It's a nice change of pace for me, really.
Well, I'm glad to see the change of pace is working out, my guy. Like we said, you guys are annihilating the rest of the competition at this point. You propelled yourself into a position where it's becoming more and more realistic that you're not only making it into the playoffs, but you have a pretty good position when you get there. Jairo, I'm going to let you go, but any shout-outs you want to give before you head off for the night?
You know, shout out to the team, Coach Angel. You know, he's been helping us out a lot in comms, in like mental, everything like that. Great guy, great coach. And shout out Josh, our director. And shout out WVU and everyone that supports us. Thank you, guys.
Jairo, it's always a pleasure, man. Much love. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
All right, that was Jairo, and the shirt is pretty accurate today. All roads go through us. WVU with a gauntlet that they had to fight against today, Taco, but they passed with flying colors.
Banger merch. Drop the link, WVU Esports. I would love
Drop
to
the link.
support. Huge fan of that play style, but also just a huge fan of the confidence that Jairo's admittedly and really, I would say, vulnerable in that moment of saying, yeah, we were trying stuff and it just straight up wasn't working. It wasn't that necessarily we were getting outplayed, but like, we know we're that good. And honestly, all of us do. That's been the WVU story this whole time. Like, wow, that's a rank X roster. That's not too good of a season. Oh, that's a rank X roster. That's not too good of a semester. And the way they're playing right now, it's like, I'm crossing my fingers, cross my toes, crossing whatever to try to hope that they can keep that going, because a major university buying into these players, putting all that support into them, and now they're playing like they want to and deserve that top of the table. It's still in their grasp. Like, we've seen the simulations, like they could keep this going.
I think at this point, I'm not going to say this definitively, but because of the fact that they not only had the 9-1 differential on the day, but they won 3 matches, they go from 4-4 to now 7-3. Coming into this day, we had teams that were 7-3 within our top 4. So there's some questions where they sit at the end of the day on the table, what they're going to look like overall. But I mean, Chicksa, at this point, there has to be a conversation. It's looking like WVU is making it into the playoffs, and we got to say goodbye to one of the top 4 teams that we almost surefire thought was going to be there.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of conversations of who really gained some momentum today and who lost. I mean, I'm also questioning Baylor, who's sitting at 5-4 right now. Clearly, they have fallen significantly out of even remotely near that top 4 spot. Winthrop, of course, is still going to be there. Fischer cemented themselves a little bit higher and managed to get a nice victory today. Yeah, someone has to leave, and I don't think it will truly be decided until the final games. Like, the final games will decide that top. And it's going to come down not even to series score, but likely goal differential, or not goal, game differential at the end of the day.
Dude, I can't wait for this. I'm so ready for it. So let's keep on keeping on at this point. Let's talk a little bit about the results that we did see today. I know we've alluded to a lot of them and spoken about them, but for those of us who have not been here for the full broadcast, we have had mostly sweeps. Fischer 3-0 over Akron Blue, Ball State 3-0 over Syracuse. Hughes does bounce back just a little bit against Indiana Tech and are able to get at least 1 game. But that is the only non-sweep we have today as we close out with West Virginia over Winthrop. And Seb, even looking back at this, it's still hard to digest the fact that this is what we got today, and it was so one-sided the whole way through.
I mean, you know, I feel bad because it's like, you know, we obviously want to give everyone entertaining matches, and we were expecting a good match out of Akron and Fischer, and then Fischer just dominates. We were expecting a good match out of Syracuse and Ball State, and then Ball State just runs away with it. And then Indiana Tech, literally Taco and I were in the green room. It's like, this one's going to deliver. This one's going to go to Game 5 because it's Indiana Tech. They always go to Game 5. And it was one of the most dominant matches we've seen in the entire league play. So, West Virginia, they walk away with the 3-0 to wrap things up. And now we're just left with only questions. Because, of course, CRL, never consistent. Put that as a hashtag. And I have no idea what we're going to go from here.
Well, let's also, yes, this looks like a lot of 3s and a lot of 0s, but let's not forget how many overtimes we had today that went very long. There was a really good one in Ball State and Syracuse, the one we just had. This does not meet the eye. Like, this is very deceiving with how today actually went. Fischer, are they dominant? Yes. Are they truly that? Maybe not. Is Indiana Tech dominant? Yes. But it doesn't look like that, but they really are. There's a lot of questions here. Truly a lot of questions, and this is very deceiving, as are the rest of our results.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Does that get offset, like having these really intense, super awesome overtimes, by the fact that Indiana Tech won their final match 8-1? Because I kind of feel like it offsets it, of where like all of a sudden, you know, all of the close matches kind of, you know,
you can
turn
blame
into
the
less
ping,
of a
bro.
close
Just
match.
blame the ping. It's fine, okay? We're allowed to blame the ping.
All right, Concord. All right. Let's talk a little bit
you're the
about
one that makes that
standings
argument. Okay, whatever.
overall for the season right now, as we do have an updated table. This is, again, a weird one to look at overall. Maryville have now launched themselves into the #1 position in the league at +12 at 7-2. I believe that can still change, especially for St. Clair and Maryville, who both, I believe, have games today. They have not been reported yet, but I believe they are playing either off stream today or sometime this week. But again, the table looks, I'm going to say, similar to what we saw at the beginning of the day here, Taco, but at the same time, it's a completely new ball game.
Yeah, and like we said, when we say, oh man, it's only top 4, that's so tough. But, you know, in previous semesters, it'd be like there's only like 5 teams that are really eligible for playoff. But now it's like really, even with Baylor in that 5-4, like anything can happen in some of these results going down the stretch. If you throw the fact that Davenport is this high up as well, when that was a squad that a lot of us were like, you know, you never really pull it together, is really showing just the parity is starting to shrink. Fischer with their win today, I mean, Royales has said they believe they're a top 4 team, but honestly, you're going to have to ride that faith and ride that play style all the way through, because you're going to have to peak at absurd levels to be able to maintain a top 4, because it's going to be brutal. As Chicks has said, there's going to be teams that are going to miss out on that and have to go through the LCQ by probably individual games lost.
They still have their most important matches left to play,
it's
too,
9,
right?
10, 10, 11, 12, and 12.
Yep.
That's the differential right now. It's scary. It's actually really scary that it's that close.
This LCQ is going to go crazy.
I cannot wait for the LCQ. Before we talk about the LCQ, though, because obviously that's coming up, we've got other things coming up here in the CRL-verse, if you will. We do also want to mention real quickly that we've got 2v2s upcoming soon enough. If you guys are at a school and would like to participate in this, guess what? You can. Registration closes on April 17th, so you do have some time to sign up, but we've seen many universities before say that they're going to sign up and then realize that they didn't, and last minute they are no longer qualified. So sign up today. Get in before that April 17th deadline so that you compete on April 23rd at 7 p.m. Eastern. We're all big fans of 2v2 here. We love to see that there are other events that are in the space of CRL that are not directly connected to it. We'd love to have more of these. We'd love to have you involved in this event. Please, if you are a student that would like to compete, sign up today. Head on over to start.gg/CRL Spring 26 Open 2v2-1. There's dashes in between there, but you can read it on your screen. I promise you'll find your way over there. But that's all that we've really got for today. That is the end of our CRL broadcast. And guys, I can't believe we're getting out of here before like 11 Eastern. Like, this might be the first time, I don't know if ever, we've done this.
I mean, either way, I think at the end of the day, when it comes to our schedule and however the matches went, yes, they're all over the place, as is expected. Everyone, have fun with your power rankings. This is going to be a crazy week. We still have about 45 matches left to play, so there's still plenty of time for all of these teams to shift around. But like we've been mentioning throughout the course of the whole night, the top 8 teams can fight for playoffs. It is not a set season. There's still so many probabilities that we have left.
The craziest part, we got a week for that. This is the last week of gameplay at this point. We got to get these matches in before the semester concludes. So that means all 45 of those games are coming very quickly at this point. So again, we recommend this all the time. Please do pay attention to the universities that are also streaming these matches as well. Obviously, we cover as much as we can here on the official broadcast, but there will be side matches that are played that still count towards league play that are still just as entertaining. And a massive shout out to also all the students that cast those as well. They have their own commentary teams at these universities, and it's really cool to see. Before we wrap up the day, we heard some final thoughts there from Seb. Taco, anything else you want to talk about before we head on out?
Honestly, I'm just happy to see also the new faces I'm seeing in chat every once in a while. People coming in being like, wait, what's going on here? Oh my God, Gyro's playing in. Oh wait, Garrett G's playing in here. It's like, yeah, welcome to CRL. And you should stick around because this is the best season we've had. It is exciting. It is always chaotic. And honestly, the one thing I love is also, weirdly enough, the pain of losing so many channel points. I'm so sorry for all the Winthrop believers that last series. Half the chat was like, wow, this series is really fun. And then the other half is like, I will never financially recover from this channel point bet. So, you know, it's painful at times, but, you know, that's why we love sports. It's about being tough and taking down losses together.
Jigsaw, any final thoughts before we head on out of here?
Yeah, always truly just incredible being on this broadcast. I think we have never received so much support this season as well. And the amount of families and family support that's watching and has absolutely no clue what they're watching, but they're out here supporting like the entire, you know, their friends, their children. Like, it has been truly incredible to watch how much this season has evolved, not only in the gameplay in the field, but the support we've received and the amount of different broadcasts going on, the school buy-in as teams continue to grow and flourish in their collegiate environment. It's truly multi-sided when it comes down to things. So very appreciative to be on here, and I cannot wait to see how the end of this league play goes, because I really have no idea who's going to be our top four.
Yeah, I no clue at this point, and if you want to find out, pay attention to the league. Like we said, we've got 40 plus matches still to go. It's actually not going to be in this next week. I misspoke, because our next broadcast is in 2 weeks from now. We will be back on April 19th at 7 o'clock Eastern, same time as today, different date though. It's a couple of weeks from now, but we encourage all of you to return with us again. Otherwise, that is the end of our CRL broadcast. Thank you so much for tuning in. We hope you have a great rest of your night, and we will see you in just a little while. Bye-bye.
We used to think our words were gold, that our blinded hearts could withstand cold. We were catching diamonds in the rain, letting precious water through the drain. Stars were dancing in their light, paths that we could never ride. Oh, they were dancing way up high. We built these walls so we could find who could prove themselves through the waves of time. We're trying to repent before you sin. It's like giving up before you begin. Stars were dancing